Really?
Swear to God.
This program is for mature audiences only.
But you know, I always try to play the devil's advocate.
Oh God! How about play the truth advocate there, Mr. Sunshine?
I would never. The truth is, I would never wear a fucking Packers jersey ever. Now, if I had a son that played for the Packers, that might, I'd probably have his jersey framed, right?
Make your name known. That's one thing. But then to believe that shit, I'm like, holy shit, I got to address this Fat Mike situation. I don't want to give attention to people seeking it. I don't like that. But in this case, I mean, I speak for everybody. I believe that fucking the loss of a Bears loss on a Sunday, and it fucking carries you through the week in everything. You could fucking win a scratch off in $1,000 and you're still ain't smiling because fucking Matt Nagy chose to fucking run empty set on third to have loyalty. And I think that's something that's lacking. We've seen it here on the network. We're seeing it again rear its ugly head with Mike. And to me, to keep this 100, because literally I'm in the hospital getting all these DMs like someone died, and I'm seeing all these fucking Bear fans, barflies especially, pissed the fuck.
Chris is here. He is looking.
There he is.
That sexy son of a bitch.
Oh, he's wearing a barroom hat. He's like got a wardrobe, Greg. Look at this.
I like it.
Super
And a
barfly.
super barfly shirt.
How come you're not wearing a Mark Chmura jersey?
That's in my bathroom on the roll of toilet paper.
I gotta keep it 100. To me, I think it's the most dumb, worthless take. I'm sorry. If you say you're a fan of a team, you don't fucking cheer for another team's quarterback, even if they're the GOAT. Like you don't do it. You have respect for it, but you didn't do it. That totally takes away the loyalty that you are trying to build. So for you to do that analytically, it's like you coaching on my staff, but hoping the other team wins. Get the fuck off my staff. You're done. You're fired. So as a fan, I'm firing Mike because I would fucking throw him off the network because it's the.
Riley just texted me from upstairs and it says, "Fuck Fat Mike."
Look at you're raising your kid right.
Even if I loved a particular player,
Right.
I wouldn't do it. And I know that it's become kind of a millennial thing where you buy jerseys of other players and other teams and so forth. Just because it's a style thing. It's kind of maybe a hip-hop thing or an urban thing, and it's kind of spread throughout the country. A lot of young people, I see them walking on the street, but I've never, ever seen anybody, walking down the street with a Packers jersey or a Red Wings jersey if you're a Blackhawks fan, because the Red Wings are the arch nemesis of the Blackhawks.
Oh, Fat Mike's got a Red Wings jersey too, by the way.
What?
There's no loyalty in baseball. Football on Sundays, I don't give a fuck if you're in Atlanta, South Florida, Texas, Cali, Greece, Italy, France, Brazil, Scotland, England, fucking the region. If you're a Bears fan and you're wearing a fucking Tampa Bay Bucks Warren Sapp jersey at a Bears game, you're not a fan.
Well, that would
Not a.
You know, Braggs is wearing a Carolina Panthers face mask right now
That's
because he loves
bullshit.
Cam Newton.
It's Bears.
It's the Bears. He was supposed to send me one of those.
Go ahead, play that.
The voice of Bears Barroom has spoken. I don't even know what he said. It just came up.
Look, I don't want to be duplicitous. I told Fat Mike that I liked his show, and I was telling the truth. And we did not have a stream together. And I thought, this is a good guy, I like him. I even offered him some Bears games. But I guess, look, I don't want him to offer. It's because I'm told that he's a Brett Favre fan. I don't know what to say to that.
Dan is in
I
shock.
agree.
He got kicked off 100 proof.
It's very duplicitous, Aldo.
It's duplicitous.
It's duplicitous.
Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Oh, shit! They're back.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Nah. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, no matter if the Bears win or lose. Yo, first, the smartest man, no tweets he's ever missing. Impossible, the mission, call out frauds with precision. A Bears 100 proof, these days is #1 Adora. Slinging dumb tweets, cross-eyed like Contora. Never one to back down, shouldn't be calling a fraud. Our dumbest tweets of the week, the mailman goes all out. Cheers, Bears fans. The fire Puerto Rican barkeeping for Chicagoland. He's the godfather, the one, the real producer. Always keeping the show together with the voice that will seduce us. Trubisky now the Firefox, the old timer never stops. IPAs, drafts, malts, craft spark, he takes the shots.
No deny.
Bomb flies appreciated worldwide. Canada, Scotland, England, Brazil, Mexico, and Dubai. Dr. Phil is the guy, the one to realize that the barroom needed a show with an endless shoot supply. Go big coat for the narrative on color, brought the Jasons of get paid for Mitchell. Now I'm the usher. Standing up for the truth, 100 proof with the guys. Almost burned off the show, but I came back for the bar flies. Flies. Fuck a fraud in his keyboard, Twitter, tough guys surround us. Reigning truth on the Bears worldwide, bar flies astound us. This is the #1 pod, that's the reality of the truth. And if you don't know us by now, Bears 100 proof. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears Ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100
Cheers, Bears fans! This is Bears 100 Proof. And at the beginning of the show, you saw a masterful Draft Dr. Phil recap of last week's show with the jersey controversy. We'll have more on that later. My name is Aldo Gandia. I serve the drinks in this raucous, rowdy Roadhouse bar. But don't you worry, the stars of our show are here. They are, of course, Draft Dr. Philip Toshin, Shane, the smartest man in the barroom, Marsaw, and the chatterbaiter, Greg Braggs Jr. We've got a great star-studded show for you today because in just a few minutes, Josh Woods, the linebacker for the Chicago Bears, will join us, and then later it will be Mark Grote, the sideline reporter for Bears Radiocast on WBBM Radio, and also a reporter and sometimes show host on WSCR Sports Radio. All right, guys, let's get into this because this is going to be one heck of a show. Let me begin with you, Draft Dr. Phil. How are you today, brother?
I'm doing good, man. Look at you. Opens like firework displays on July 4th. You get new looks every time we come on and sign on to the show. I'm excited tonight. I had a beautiful day here in Connecticut, sitting by the pool, preparing for what I believe is going to be an amazing show tonight with two big-time guests. Yeah. And that doesn't even include Greg Braggs.
Congratulations on a great show yesterday, Greg Braggs.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we had a lot of fun with the barflies last night. We wanted to bring on as many as we could in a 2-hour time span. And, the minutes go by quick, but it was fun kind of learning about, how some of these different characters I got to deal with in the chat room always keep me humble, kind of where they're coming from and what they're all about. So, anybody that's in the chat room, make sure you go back and listen last night. We had a lot of fun guys on, Grant Sims, Chris Gonzalez, whole list of people. So make sure you give it a listen. It was a lot of fun.
Shane, how you doing, my friend?
In the words of a great man, yeah, boys.
A great
doing
man.
good, good.
Does he look blotchy to you, Aldo, or is it just a Maya?
He looks blotchy to me.
He looks like he has the Greg
got
Braggs connection.
He's got that Braggs internet speed.
That's it.
Yeah, something popped up on my screen. I don't know what the deal is
there
with
it
that.
is. The Braggs disease.
I know all about it, brother.
Popped up. I don't know.
See, take it from me, Shane, as an internet speed expert. If you'd like, I could walk you through all this.
Is it still like that?
Yeah, basically what you do.
Yeah, higher than 2.
You basically plug your ears and close your eyes, and then you have Jenny do it. And if you'd like, I could give you her number, and she'd be happy to help fix this internet stuff, because I certainly have no idea what to do.
Hey guys, I got great news for you. Oh,
I think
he was in the guest room and in the green room, and now he's gone. So I'm going to wait for him to pop back in, and I'll bring him in. But looks like Bears linebacker Josh Woods is about ready to join us.
We have his intro and everything.
Yeah, we've got a fabulous intro for him, so we want to make sure he sees that. So as soon as he
Aldo, do you want me to pop? Do you want me to pop off and pop back on?
Yeah, why don't you
see
do
if
that?
that clears it up?
Yeah.
See if it clears up the Braggs disease you might have caught. I know you're dating his mother. I don't know.
No, he is not, Phil.
I'm saying he says that. I'm out of this. Mother talk.
No. Until I get Christmas presents from somebody, they're not dating my mother. The Christmas presents come first. I've missed out on about 28 of them.
20. What do you want for Christmas, Greg?
I'd like a division championship. The last 2 Christmases ago, that's what we got. So I'll take one of those.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
This guy's really going for it there. He's bringing it back to football. I like that about you, Greg.
I circle back.
You circled back. You course corrected.
That's right.
You get in the pocket. If everything's collapsing, you don't panic.
No.
You look for the routes in your head, and you snap your head and just go with it. Believe it. Trust it. You got to do that. It's like you're in the military.
Grip it and rip it.
One thing I learned about your show, don't call Bob failing, or failing. I'm never going to get it right. That he's in the Army. He's in the Marines. You have to know these things, Greg.
Yes.
Especially if you're going to be shouting out any servicemen.
I know, I messed up.
Well, it's a little
the previous guest was in the Army, so I got, then I started talking about my buddy that was in the Army, so I had, Army in my mind. It was, an honest mistake. Of course I know Bobby's a Marine. My uncle was a Marine.
Merchant
served in Desert Storm. So I love Marines.
Nothing wrong with Marines.
I would never mean to disrespect Bobby, but I did mess that up. And I got a gripe to you. You guys are giving me crap about California.
Yeah, you called it the Sunshine State. That's Florida.
Listen,
Florida is the Sunshine
It's California
State.
Too. Okay.
You just decided.
Maybe I didn't decide. See, because you're a listen, you're a Biggie guy, but you don't listen to Tupac. If you did, you'd know.
I do.
He says, well, then you'd know. You've heard the song California, right? We in the Sunshine State, from the bomb SMB, a state where you never find the dance floor empty.
You went wrong by listening to Tupac.
No,
because he's confused. He's not the Sunshine State.
He says it. We in the Sunshine State.
He just believed it.
Get the words out.
A lot of people say a lot of things. Don't just believe it. Look it up, Greg.
He was the only
Sunshine State. I'm sure Florida will pop up.
California.
Do you know what Indiana is? Considering
Tupac said so it's laid in stone.
I've never ever been to California, but I have to get there. In fact, I would love to be doing a live show in California for one of those games with us, breaking it down. That would be my dream. There he is in all his beauty.
See,
HD.
I did it all myself too, Greg.
Fixed it all himself.
Yeah, right. You called Jenny.
Well, we're glad we got you back on the stream here, but more importantly, I am really happy that we've got Josh Woods in the house.
Hey, there he is.
What's up, guys?
Oh my
How you guys doing?
We thought you left with Shane's 5 megabytes per second. It's on that AT&T shit now.
Hey, John, thanks for being on again on 100 Proof. And as you know how we do it here, we always introduce our guests, the Draft Dr. Phil Bears Ballroom style with Shane Marsaw scripting and Dan Aguirre announcing. Here it goes. That's the right one.
That would be the wrong one.
This guy's first appearance went down in Bears Ballroom history. We've seen him on the dance floor in Club Dub. Sorry, Iggy. That's true. We've seen him chopping it up on TikTok at JWoods55, if you'd be so kind to follow. And now, he's back in the bar room. Ladies and gentlemen, barflies, Bears fans, all the single ladies, please stand up and give it up for number 55. He's Josh Woods.
There you go.
That's perfect. That's perfect. I appreciate that so much. That's dope.
We only do it one way.
That's right.
We do it up. You don't do it down.
Yeah.
Even though opening night, me and Greg are in the tunnel. Guess what? Guess who comes over? Number 55 to shake our hands. What up, Bears Ballroom? Keeping it 100. That's all class. That's why we're like Shane. Shane's like, I'm gonna reach out to Josh Woods. I'm like, yeah, man, we got to get him back on. I go, this dude's all class. So we're excited to have you back on the show, man.
I appreciate it. I am definitely honored to be invited back. It means I did okay the first time.
You did much better than okay. That was something that the Barflies were talking about for a long time. We asked you about your dancing, and then Iggy stepped up and said, no, Josh doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm the number one dancer. So
right.
But let's just
you guys
jump
like a demonstration or
get up there and do it.
No.
I thought we were getting exclusive here.
We'll tweet it out to Iggy and tell him that you can perform live on demand.
Greg is trying.
All jokes.
All right, Shane, why don't you start us off with the Q&A?
Josh, this is crazy times, man. I mean, we all know it. How are you just holding up as a NFL player trying to figure all of this out, and what's different, and what's just how's your off season been going in general?
So it's been pretty rough the past I guess I would say like month and a half. The first month and a half were dope. Because and for me, obviously there are a lot of horrible things going on, and I'm like, that this is not a great situation to be in, but I wasn't personally affected negatively. I was kind of just on vacation because we weren't playing in March anyway. We weren't even at OTAs until the end of April. So I was supposed to be off work. I was supposed, the gyms were shut down. So I did my little push-ups in the house, but aside from that, it was kind of like, all right, I'm in the house with the bros. Like I came back to Baltimore and I got quarantined with my friends because we were all just in Miami together. We figured, look, if one of us has it, we all got it. Might as well stay together. That way we can all, be good together, So I've been with the same guys literally since March 12th.
It's like a frat party at a frat house.
No, actually. So, initially it was cool. Like, I did my push-ups in the morning. We would chill. We would play games. Like, you should see our setup upstairs in the loft. We have two TVs side by side with two PlayStations, and we're playing right next to each other. we had Nerf gun wars in here. I mean, I've learned how to do tie-dye shirts with my niece. Like I've been doing, but I'm just a busy person. Like I can't sit around. The good thing is I've been able to work out. So I've been able to kind of get that pent up energy that's been there that last, I guess, month. It's all gone now.
Let me ask you this. Talk a little bit about Coach Mark DeLeon. What kind of football coach is he in regards to your position, and how does he hold every one of you accountable in that linebacker group?
Coach DeLeon is, first of all, a great coach. But even more than that, I think Coach DeLeon's an amazing person. And he it doesn't really take much. He doesn't hound on us. He doesn't, everybody in there, like, we understand that competition in that room, the room kind of just like controls itself in a way. Like Coach DeLeon, he's like, he knows his X's and his O's. Like he knows football like the back of his hand. It does not matter. Like he can just talk about football with you in any setting with his eyes closed. Like it's crazy how well he just knows the game of football and techniques, and he can just shoot out like random players and facts and techniques that they used, and he just loves football. He's like a really high energy guy, just a dope individual. But like I said, that competition in that room is so thick that like we all govern ourselves. Starting with Danny Trevathan, he kind of sets the tone for the room. And, the thing I like most about Coach DeLeon is his approach to each player is different. He really cares about who you are as an individual, how to get through to you. What's your story? Why are you here?
Right.
What's your why? What are your personal goals? What are your goals for our room? And it's a really dope room. It's like, I mean, even down to, the most recent, police brutality video. He reached out to us. Like he was like, I finally saw the video today, guys. And like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what it's like. I'm here for you. Anything, within confines of the law that you want to do. Like, I'm in complete support. Like, whatever it is you want to do, like, I'll match whatever. And just that type of support is just amazing from a guy that I've known for a calendar year. He's come in and he's been able to do so many things and connect with all of us on our own levels. I love Coach DeLeon for sure.
Well, I'm sorry, Shane. I was
that's good. Yeah, go ahead. Double down.
You brought up Danny Trevathan. I asked.
That's where I was going.
Johnny Jenkins, who was on the show 2 weeks ago. Big John Jenkins. I wanted to know about. Yeah, Jank's back. Let me tell you, he's ready.
Right.
That's my
absolutely
boy, just like you. I mean, is there a group of, NFL athletes, that keep it 100 like we've had with Jenkins, Akeem Hicks, Kyle Long, Josh Woods? I mean, that's amazing. But anyway, I'm so impressed with you keeping it 100 and being so transparent. That's important, especially you see the head coach talking about that, but that's a whole other thing. I wanted to talk about Danny T and that inside linebacker, who is the leader of this defense? Because on paper, I'm on the record of saying this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. There's zero doubt in my mind. That's not me blowing smoke because you're here. I don't care if Aaron Rodgers was here. I'm telling him the same thing that I'm selling you. On paper, this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. Is Danny T the leader of this defense, or is it Akeem Hicks, or is it?
He's the leader of our team. Danny's the voice of our team.
Wow.
Team. And like you wonder, like people were surprised. Oh, they brought Danny back. They didn't bring like whatever. Yeah. Like Danny's the unquestioned leader of our team.
Keeping it 100.
Like he
says it all.
Yeah. He don't. And that's the thing. Like he doesn't even talk much. It's just he walks in the room and like you just know guys notice. Like, and it's funny because I look at Danny, I'm at the point where I look at Danny as a big brother now. Like that whole, you got rookies coming in who are scared of him, and you got the offensive lineman who he's been beating up in practice. He's the alpha, but it's really funny because I now know this other side of Danny.
Right.
So it's just funny to see. Like you definitely see how people perceive him, and when I say fear or scared of, it's not like that. And you know what I mean? Like everybody in that room on that team loves competition, but I'm just saying, like, people know, like, Danny's gonna hit you, Danny's gonna talk, Danny's gonna do what Danny does.
It's funny that you said that. I'm sorry again, Shane, but here is on this network, me and this guy that you see on the screen said, who are you gonna pick, Trevathan or Kwiatkowski? And we all in unison said Danny Trevathan, not even a choice, because of exactly what you said. And that's why I think this show and these guys and what we do here is so important, because you're backing it up. You're in the locker room seeing this kind of player, the value of somebody who's a leader in football versus someone who's could be talented, could be whatever. Talk about how important that leadership is to your locker room. And you said the whole team.
Yeah.
So that's a huge re-signing in your book. If Danny T left in free agency, how would that affect your football team?
I mean, regardless of if they kept Nick, like, loved Nick, like, hated to see Nick go, like, or whoever they brought in there, like, or if they just, used the linebackers that we already had. Like, there would have been a hole regardless. Like, there would have been a hole. It would have been a hole. Like, like I said, like, Danny's not the one he don't really break the huddles down. Like, they let Akeem do that, or, sometimes Cody will break it down, like the bigger guys or whatever, Mac sometimes. But, like, I'm telling you, like, when Danny speaks, it's just like, it's a different tone. It, like, even the way I can tell is who, like, Mac and Akeem and those guys look to.
Yeah.
I feel like they have so much respect for one another, and like I feel like when Danny talks, everybody listens, because I mean that's how it goes on the field, so it translates.
Josh, to stay in that inside linebacker room, and like I said, I'm not asking you to get into personal details, but like I said, we keep it 100 here. Everything surrounding Roquan Smith and top 10 draft pick, and things have been up and down. I mean, everybody sees how special of a player Roquan is, and he can be. I mean, look, watching him at Georgia and watching him in his limited time here in Chicago. Where are we in terms of Roquan? Are you expecting him to have everything ready to go, hit the field, and there goes 58 being the top 10 pick we all expect?
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. Like, if you don't think Ro is feeling those same things, like, it's not a everyday part of him, but like Ro didn't have the year that he wanted last year.
Yep.
No way. He went out with an injury. If you don't think he's humming, then you have no idea who Roquan Smith is. Humming like 1,000 miles an hour at the first thing coming. Like, I'm telling you, he's on the first train smoking.
Is he still grabbing that bill when you guys go out for food like last time you were sharing with us?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I told him when I get a signing bonus as big as his, then I'll return the favor.
There you go.
There you go. Well, see, if he's going 100 miles an hour, how hard are you going at your craft? And what's your goal as a player this year? I mean, are you pushing to start and beat someone like Roquan Smith out? Are you pushing yourself to that level?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the way that the depth chart has already been like discussed between everybody, like our coaches are pretty transparent. Like, basically right now what's going on is we're fighting for the next guy in between Devontae Bond, Iggy, Keandre, and Rashad, the two rookies that we signed. Like, everybody's fighting for next guy in. Like, those are our guys. You know what I mean? Like, and so with me understanding that, I know that first of all, my first goal is to be active every game this season, because I was not, and I was pissed about it.
Mm-hmm.
My next goal is to start all 4 special teams, like be a 4-core special teams guy. I know that's expected of me. I expect it of myself. And then not only do I just want to be out there, be a placeholder, like, no, like I want to start. I want people to know C55. Like, even if they don't remember the name, that 55 is always around the ball. Like, I want to start getting that buzz, like, because that's how I play. And I know that if I put my mind to it, then I can make some spectacular plays on special teams and really be felt and like change a game. I want to affect winning.
Josh, you talked about Danny being the leader of the team. Who's the leader on the offensive side of the ball?
Now, we're 2 separate teams for 6 days out of the week.
Yeah.
For 6 days out of the week, we play for 2 different teams.
Yeah.
And
but you get why I'm asking, though, right? You know what I mean? That's
no, 100%. And I mean, it depends on, I guess, what position group you're talking about, because they're very isolated in their own craft. Like, I feel like offense, yes, like they have to work cohesively just like defense does, but like I don't know, defense, like we don't, it's all reactive, you know what I mean? So we have to be on the same page. I feel like they're a little bit more isolated, and if I'm wrong, then I don't know who to like there's no, like, the way I say Danny, like Tariq, I know Tariq speaks up when stuff's not going his way. Maybe Allen Robinson. I'd say Allen Robinson. Like, everybody, I'd say Allen Robinson is definitely top dog on the offense in terms of, having everyone's respect, having, you know what I mean, like production, like leading by example. He just doesn't, in my opinion, he doesn't speak as much as the guys maybe on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
Well, but I've heard him call guys out before. You know what I mean? I know that guys respect him in that room and beyond. The quarterbacks, the linemen, like the running backs. Like, I know people respect A-Rob. I'll give it to A-Rob. It took me a while, but I'll give it to A-Rob.
Who's your biggest football influence as a kid growing up, and who inspired you really to play this game of football?
The 2000 Ravens defense.
So the whole thing just inspired you, because you're a Baltimore bred. You're Baltimore raised.
Baltimore
right?
bred. Yeah. Like, my room was Ravens colors.
So is it hard for you to be on the Bears because of your passion for the other team? No, fans want to know that stuff. Look at the face.
No, sorry, sorry, no.
I mean, were you passionate about the?
I mean, I was, until I tried out for their local pro day, and they told me that I wasn't a good fit, which in front office talk means your player sucks. To my agent, like, cool. So like, if my first game in the NFL was that preseason game against the Ravens.
Yep.
Right.
They figured out how good I was after that. Special teams, I kicked their ass.
There you go.
Kicked their ass on special teams. So, like, and that was my added fuel for that game, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, if the opportunity comes back around, like, sure. But like, who knows about, like, the Bears were the team that gave me my chance. So I'm rocking. I'm bear down. I'm rocking.
Is 55 a shout out to Jamie Sharper?
What'd you say?
Is number 55 a shout out to Jamie Sharper back in the day?
I actually chose it because of Briggs. Can't lie about that.
Oh, there you go.
I actually decided to keep that because of Briggs. I'm like, okay, that's like, this is a powerful number in this city. Like, it's gonna be very noticeable. It's very, like, I see people all the time, like, so weird seeing, somebody else with 55. Like, I figured that was a great number for Chicago.
Let me ask you this.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? Because there's been a lot of controversy here at the Bears Bar Room over the last week regarding somebody who's a really good Chicago Bears fan, but he also loves Brett Favre and considers Brett Favre his favorite quarterback of all time. So, Josh, help us with this controversy.
You're missing a key point in this.
Go ahead.
Rocking the Brett Favre shirt.
Jersey.
Yeah,
as a Bears fan.
I was going to get there.
Oh, I thought you were.
For that, you're on timeout. So this guy has purchased a Brett Favre jersey, and he wears it.
No, I'd never tell you that Ben Roethlisberger was my favorite quarterback. I'd never in my life tell you that. I don't care. No, you'd never catch me in the Steelers anything.
Oh, we needed to hear.
Never catch me. And like I don't even love the Ravens as much. I don't even love the Ravens as much as I did when I was a kid. But my hate for the Steelers is the same. Like, as a fan. Now, if Mike Tomlin, if you're listening in, I don't mean any disrespect. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy.
Oh, it was a heated discussion, as Aldo said, because I have an issue, and then if my son was playing for the Packers, the issue, I think, I would still wear Bears stuff, but somehow that would be the only way I could see it feasible to me.
No way. You wouldn't wear Bears stuff still. You would wear Packers stuff. Oh, absolutely. Because my mom came to a Ravens game. Now, my mom loves football just as much as I do. My mom came to a Ravens game. Woods down, Bear. You'd have thought she was from Chicago, Highland Park. Like all Bears. She had Bears. She had tattoos. Like you couldn't tell her anything. So I know, no chance, no chance.
Let me ask you this question now. How much live tackling do you do as a pro versus college, and do you think it's enough to hone your craft? Honestly, when you look at the practice reps that you guys get, as you're on the professional level. You got to be, especially as a linebacker and a key 4-part special teams coverage guy, you have to be a great tackler. Is there enough tackling going on?
Tackling is want to. Tackling is want to. Like, sure, we practice a lot less tackling than the pros. I mean, we have a longer season. We can't afford to get guys injured. Like, there are a lot of things that go into it. And then in college, you're still learning the game. I mean, at this point, like, if I got to show you how to get a guy on the ground, professional football, how'd you get here, bud? Like, if you're not on offense, how'd you get here? Like, I think, like, that's like part of the criteria for being a professional football player. And like I said, tackling is want to. Like, you got to want to go get him. Like, it's no, like, at that point of contact, it's you're going down or you stay up. Like, either I win or you win. My family eats, your family eats. I'm on SportsCenter top 10 or I'm on SportsCenter not top 10. Like, it really comes down to that. So when you see somebody right in front of you, you can get them down.
Josh, this is I don't want you to take this one the wrong way, but Club Dub 2020 season. Is that going to be, I'll keep it 100 with you. Is Club Dub played out? Did it get a little bit weird last year? Because there was a lot of the fans have come to us, and we've talked about it. It's been a topic of discussion here. That are we going to pump the brakes on that a little bit, come up with something new, or is Club Dub coming back for 2020?
I mean, regardless if you call it Club Dub or not, we're going to be in the locker room having a great time after every win. Yep. So, like, you can call it whatever you want. You want us to rebrand the club? We'll rebrand it for you. Like, that's like. And I'm going to be completely honest, the same way you kept it 100 with me, I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Like, that has nothing to do with anybody outside of the Chicago Bears organization.
Yep.
Like, sure, like, thankful for the fans. We appreciate you for supporting us. But that is our release with each other for all the hard work that we just put in for the past 6 days. It's so hard to win a game in the NFL. So you like, it has nothing, like, sure, the fans want to join in. Fans want to walk out. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Honestly, does not matter.
I'm glad that you said that, Josh, because it's important to celebrate your successes. And winning a game in the NFL is so hard. Now, sometimes after you've lost several games, the fans are still so frustrated. They hate to see players celebrating because it appears to be a losing season. But nonetheless, and Phil has played with the pads on. He's played at Hofstra. He's played at high-level football. And so I'm sure he would appreciate that fact, too, that you win a football game, celebrate it.
Absolutely. I mean, my father taught us after the game, we're going to do a victory dance. And we always did celebrate a win no matter what, how hard it is. I think the rebranding of it would go a hell of a lot farther with the fans. So especially with someone as creative as Josh Woods and company, you just bring some, because I like I said, on paper, this team is Super Bowl caliber defense. If the offense is just in the middle at 15 or 16, this team is going far. That's how important this season is. That's important to me. And Josh keeping it 100 with us, that to me is huge. So for me, I think just my 2 cents and keeping it 100, I think you should rebrand it and come out with a creative name to say, F the haters. We're going to do our thing the right way this time around. And I think that'll be a great motivating factor for Coach Nagy, who, by the way, the BU culture that he brings to the table. How is Coach Nagy privately with you? Is there a separation? Because like you said, there's 2 teams 6 days a week. So how much is Coach Nagy involved with you and the defensive players leading up to the game?
I mean, he definitely, every time he gets a chance to speak, or, if he's not super busy where he can ask you what's going on or how you doing. Like Coach Nagy, I mean, he's pretty, Coach Nagy likes to bust balls. Like that's what he does. So he'll walk up on you at lunch and he'll see you making a salad. He goes, "Oh, that's pathetic. Like that's awful." You know what I mean? Like, yeah. And with him, he's very competitive too. He brings that competitive energy as a coach. So, he interacts with us at the beginning of stretch. That's my favorite time to talk to Coach Nagy, because I just, I was on, even though last year I wasn't on practice squad, I was servicing the offense as a practice squad player. And I just would love to talk crap to him, because like he would come and he would come at the wildest moments. Like you would go down in like a hamstring stretch, and he'd just come up behind you and go, "I got something for you today." Like it's pretty funny. The coolest thing though is I remember one time, things got a little heated at practice one time. Just me. I wasn't doing what they wanted me to do on the card team. I was going too hard. I was like making plays against the number 1 offense that they were not happy about. And Coach Nagy and Pace actually didn't say anything the entire time, right? So I'm going back and forth with the quality control coaches, and like some of the assistant coaches, like, do what's on the effing card. And I'm like, I am doing what's on the effing card, but I'm also gonna make an effing play. Like it's getting heated, it's getting hot, and like everything calms down, and I continue to play really hard, and like, because my whole thing is I got to get the offense better. I can't be lackluster, and then on Sunday they think that linebacker is going to be any worse than that, So I just try to give him the best look possible. And Coach Nagy, he pulled me aside walking back from practice, like, I love that shit. Like, rein it in a little bit, but I love that shit. Like, legit. So that's probably one of my coolest things with Coach Nagy. Like, he really he lets me, like that fire, he loves that fire in me. Yeah. So like, it just allows me to be me. Like when I'm ready to snap, like I'm definitely, I pick and choose my battles, and how I express it. But like he allows everyone to express themselves.
Josh, are you, as a defense and just as yourself, do you follow all of the moves, that the front office makes during the offseason? Who, like bringing in Robert Quinn and trading for Nick Foles? Is that something that you follow at all?
I mean, only because like I follow the same, I see the same updates and stuff, but I don't follow it closely.
Yeah.
because I mean I have no control over it, so why have an opinion on it? You know, like if I really want to be honest, like I gotta show up to work and make like I'm here to win games. So whatever you think is the best move for the team, so be it. That's why you're in that position. I'm here to win games.
Josh, do you have a porch light? Because the sun is
one second. My bad.
Let me help you. Like, this is me keeping it 100 because I don't want to lose. There it is.
There it is.
I figured you're on the.
I got you.
Now,
My bad.
now the bugs are going to come out and you're going to start swatting the bugs.
We're good.
I feel sorry for those bugs.
We're in the quarantine, and he's chilling out on the East Coast with the sun's going down. So I was like, I want to see this dude. Speaking of East Coast, West Coast, let's just get this out of the way right now. Are you a Tupac or Biggie? If you had to choose, are you Tupac or Biggie?
I mean, I'm right with the East Coast just off principle.
Yes.
There you go.
Just off principle. I'm a principle kind of guy,
These are my
secret.
You're
rocking with the right side then, Josh. We like to hear that. Phil and I especially.
Yeah, Biggie, to me, it's not even close, but there's the chatterbaiter with his thumbs down and a big beard.
That's right. The chatterbaiter is in the house. He's been collecting questions in our chat room, Josh, and so I'm going to turn it over to him. He's going to fire away some of these questions from.
Yeah, the questions that Phil's been stealing.
Really?
Everybody's been. Oh yeah, no, we've had some good questions in the chat.
Well, that just means they're taking.
Yeah, you guys are on the same page apparently.
Yeah,
exactly. So yeah,
We got some questions in the chat for you, Josh, and we appreciate your time. And as always, and as I was saying, Bear Truth 9 here in the chat, he wanted to know, is there a certain weight that you're targeting, or what's the weight you're at now?
So I had a target weight at the end of the season that I wanted to be about 232, 233, coming down from about 36. I actually have been able to, I hit my target right before the pandemic struck, and I have been able to maintain throughout all of COVID. I've actually been able to drop lower than 32. Like I thought 32 was like a realistic goal, and I actually was able to exceed that goal. So
sure,
I'm down to 230 right now. 230, subject to change because I'm definitely getting some like Five Guys or something tonight.
How hard is that to maintain? Like how often does the team have to check on you with that? Like how hard is that to maintain for you?
They don't have to check at all, honestly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if there's like a certain weight set for you.
No, that's all. Well, that was a conversation between my coach and I. I think this would be better for you. I mean, and he asked randomly, but I mean, it's no like penalty. It's just more so like, if you aren't able to perform, then you get cut. Like there is no like. That's pretty much how the league works. Like we give you an objective, find a way to get it done.
Sure.
We're not going to monitor you in between. You're a grown man. Everybody has different ways to. I'm at 230 right now.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for camp.
My wife gave me a target weight for 200, so she put me on a diet and a workout. So we're working on that now, Josh. Oh no!
Well, look, I'm happy for you. Yeah, that's good.
Gotta get it. Gotta do something while we're on this pandemic lockdown.
You're gonna start feeling different too. Watch. You're gonna start feeling a lot different.
I'll race you when we get to camp. So
I didn't say that different.
Run like
that much different. I didn't say that.
I'll be like Rich Eisen in the 40 times. So Chubbs82 in the chat. He wants to know, as far as like Khalil Mack and maybe some of the other leaders are concerned, do they get motivated by the media? Do you guys listen to that at all? I know there was a lot of discussion about the TVs being on at the end of last season. Does Khalil Mack in particular ever feel any kind of disrespect about not getting the credit that maybe he deserves?
He might as well be deaf. He might as well be deaf. I mean, what is there to listen to? Honestly,
right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if he does feel it, he does a great job of hiding it, doing it in the comfort of his own home. Like,
all right.
I definitely think that, I don't think his motivating factor to, go have a better game than last game is because the media said so.
Sure.
Right.
Who's that guy on this?
So.
Who's that guy
You know
on
what I
this
mean?
team? You know, we saw in the Jordan documentary how much he was driven by, you know, the hate of others or people doubting him. Who would you say is that guy that feeds off of that on this team?
He's gonna say Eddie Pinheiro.
I think our guys are like so. When I say like it's really just like when it comes to feeding into the media and listening to outsiders, like it's so finicky, like it's so fickle that like you'll go crazy trying to prove everybody right.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And that's what Coach Nagy practices. So
yeah, I was just gonna say, especially with
that's
all
what
the
Coach Nagy
Twitter
practices. He preaches it.
This is a question about Khalil Mack, the football player. I've been on the record here. I've watched this team for 40-something years of my life. The best two football players I've ever seen is number 34, Walter Payton, and then I've put Khalil Mack, number 2, wearing that jersey, and that excludes some Hall of Famers and some amazing football players. But the things I see on the tape with Khalil Mack and what he's able to do when he's the constant threat to every offensive coordinator in the whole league, when you watch the tape with the team, do they jaw drop at what he's doing out there on the professional level? Do you see it in practice? Talk about him, the football player.
So typically how it goes is if we're watching it together as a whole defense, you know, Chuck might say, you know, he'll play the play and he'll let the whole play out. He won't single out a guy, you know, he'll go over it schematically.
Yep.
And then typically something funny happens. Somebody trips, somebody gets an extra push, you get caught talking crap, like. And Chuck is really good. Well, all the coaches are really good at finding those, I guess, if they watch the tape so much.
Right.
But you know, just as well as they shout guys out for funny things, or just as well as they call guys out for, you know, plays that you missed, they do a really great job at highlighting things that you do really well. Now, if you're talking about Khalil Mack specifically, yes, and sometimes things that should be amazing seem normal on film because we see it from him so much. So like, I feel like we're spoiled in a way because we get to watch it every single day, you know? But I mean, when he just, you know, just bench presses tackles and then like he takes 2 chips, bench press, like that type of stuff, like you can't make that up. You can't make that up. Like that's generational talent, you know, like that obviously gets shout out.
That's why I wanted you to speak on it, because this is the professional level and he's throwing around, you know, talented
grown men. The biggest man on their team, the left tackle.
Exactly.
Like, he's tossing people. Like that's the biggest man on their team.
that tweet was bouncing around Twitter today from the Giants game.
What?
With Mac.
Tweet? Oh, through Solder.
Yeah, Nate Solder. Just oh my god, it was just it's
no,
crazy.
Because I feel like I got to defend him to a fan base that I feel is so whittled down with narratives and stupidity from bloggers and these talking heads
pertaining to like Max
to Max talent. He's overpaid. He's not getting the sacks, Josh. He's not.
I think a lot of fans. I'm not saying us, but I think a lot of, you know, quote unquote fans that don't follow it as much as we do, they see the sack production down. And they're like, he's making all that money. He's not. Right. He's not.
Yeah, they're not understanding that they have to go max pressure every time, and 3 people are like. I've watched a play where 4 people hit Mac.
Yep.
4 people they tried to drag a receiver across the chipper. Like they are doing like. We played the Broncos. Do you know that Joe Flacco didn't hold that ball for longer than like 1.5 seconds the whole game? Their whole game plan was chip to the flat, chip to the flat, chip to the flat. That's a Mac. That's the Mac effect. That has nothing to do but to get the ball out because Mac is coming. Like people don't understand like what having a player like at some point in football, like they're gonna find a way to neutralize these guys, and he still makes stuff happen.
Exactly.
But and he still makes stuff happen. That's the crazy part. Like teams are trying their all to neutralize. They're like, Mac game wrecker. Like he's not gonna wreck our game.
Exactly. We got the drop that I wanted from you. The Mac effect. That's it.
Are you familiar? Have you met Ladarius at all, Josh? His brother? He's on the squad. They signed him as
Yeah. I know Lil Mac.
Are you excited about?
I know Lil Mac. I know Lil Mac.
So are we gonna get the Mac effect from the little bro? I mean, is he gonna be?
I hope so. I mean, I've seen his highlights. I just know that if he has anything,
didn't play high school football. That's unbelievable. Didn't play high school football.
If he is anything,
it would like scare Khalil, the quarterback so much to have two Macs running at them. They wouldn't.
It's a Mac attack.
My biggest complaint with Khalil Mack is that he ruins practices. Last year we got to see him up close at Bourbonnais, and every practice, I'm like, get him off, because it seemed like the offense couldn't get anything done with him out there. You can't. I mean, it's that he's literally, in my 20 years of going to camp at Bourbonnais, he's by far the best player I ever seen there. And I've seen Brian Urlacher, Lance Briggs, Julius Peppers, Charles Tillman.
It's poetry in motion.
Some of the greats.
Like it's actually like it's incredible the way he does things so effortlessly that when I try it, it does not look like that. It does not look like that.
Well, I got a couple.
Scout team, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. I'm king of cutting people off, Josh. That's what I do here.
I'm king of rambling.
Well, I got a couple more for you here in the chat. Another one from Bear Truth 9 is he wants to know, as far as players in the locker room, if you see a guy has bad attitudes or having a bad week or bad month, or you're starting to see on tape that the effort isn't there, as you said, you guys are going through this all together, and you can clearly see if a guy's not doing it. How do you guys go about handling that?
I think it depends on the player. You got to know your players. Everybody doesn't respond to the cursing out and the calling out and the whatever. And then you also got to realize, like, like this is a game. Like this is our job, whatever. Like people have real life situations. You know what I mean? Like we're adults, we're humans, we're regular people. You know what I mean? Like, so beyond that, like, is everything okay? You know what I mean? It's not even about like, I mean, if it gets to a point where it's like, okay, like you did something that we all know, like, all right, like you'll be all right, like tighten up. Like that's not, there's definitely like that type of combativeness, or I wouldn't even say that, like constructive criticism, like that does go on, you know what I mean? But it's definitely the approach is definitely dependent upon the player.
Sure. And then my final question for you, you were talking a little, you were asked a little bit about, leaders on the offensive side of the ball, and you were kind of hesitant to find one in particular. And I'd like to know, just from myself, I think last year at this time, you would have said Mitch probably right away, with the way he was starting to move upwards and just the way he was leading the team. Like I said, we got to camp last year, I thought he was really starting to command that huddle, so to speak. But now, after all the, problems that last year happened, going into this year, do you think with the, Coach Nagy has said it's going to be a quarterback competition going into camp. Do you think that, how are you guys going to handle that as the rest of the team going about that? Are they both leaders in your eyes, or do you guys kind of let that handle it, stand back and let it handle itself?
I mean, people aren't placed on, like, it's not a hierarchy based on like respect on the team. You know what I mean?
Do you
like,
still look at Mitch as a leader, even though he went through the struggles that he went through?
Yeah. Did he not have the year that he wanted to, that I wanted him to have? Sure. He'll tell you that. But have I seen my guy do it? Do I think he's capable of doing it? Absolutely. We'll see. But I mean, at the end of the day, this job is about results. It's performance based. You know what I mean? And so whoever is the quarterback is they're there to win games. I'm going to support that. I'm going to support that decision, whatever. But whoever loses that job is going to get that same support that they would have gotten if they. You get what I mean? Like it's not like you have to choose. Like we're a family, we're a team. There's only one spot, and both of you are going to be here. Like there's no point in even playing into that whole like competition. Like because it's, I mean, that's like saying, does Mitch respect me? Right. I'm not the first. You know what I mean? I'm not, but I think Mitch respects me. Sure. I know I'm not the first guy in. I might not even be. I'm not. You know, guaranteed to be the first guy in. Like it's just. Family, it's about respect. Like we're grown men and we handle each other accordingly. Like you wouldn't just walk up to anybody like just because they, I don't know, like they didn't win the starting job on the street. Like I don't know, like they're a janitor. I'm not just gonna disrespect you because you're a custodian.
Right.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like you're a grown man. Like we will have this respect-driven conversation. Like not even to compare second string to a janitor. Or no disrespect to janitors out across the world, you know.
Hey,
but you get what I'm saying.
No, we all play a role. I'm a bricklayer.
My wife would always say, as a teacher, the most important person in the school to be friends with is the janitor. So that's
a fact.
That is the truth. And it's truthful. And that really goes, even the equipment manager.
Yep.
What is his name? Tony Medlin. You better get good with Tony because he might hook you up with that freaking helmet that hurts the back of your skull. Get one of those.
Oh, trust me. T-Med now like this, okay? T-Med now like this. You see me pull out some coach gear, mind your business, okay? T-Med now, we worked that out.
Hey, this kind of, while you're talking about T-Med, how tall is he? We all know he's short, but what is he? That's something he just doesn't talk about. You're on 100 proof, Josh. You gotta give up. You gotta give up the number, bro.
I'll be honest. I can't take a guess. Like I can't. Like I don't know.
Is he 5 feet?
Is he over 5 feet? No.
You don't have to say it. Okay.
It's terrible for us.
Hey, Tony Medlin.
Hey, he's doing something right. He's been there. He's got to be the longest tenured Bear.
No. T-Man's the man.
Yeah.
Coat drive.
We just forgot to grow. That's it, man.
Hey, Doc, we're going to go one time around the table here, get our final questions in, and let you get back to being Josh Woods. I got a question. You being from Baltimore, do you think, like I think, that The Wire is the best TV show ever done?
No.
Wow.
No.
No.
Why? What's going on here, bro?
Not that I don't like The Wire, but there are such shows such as Game of Thrones.
Oh, Aldo doesn't like
I hated the ending. Hated how it ended. I'll never forgive them for that. But Game of Thrones was an amazing show.
It was an amazing show. I love the grittiness and the inner city stories of The Wire. I grew up in Chicago's inner city, so I could relate to a lot of that. And I just thought the acting and a lot of great stars.
No, it's definitely a good show. Yeah. I can't take anything from it. I just don't. Like Game of Thrones was the show for me that I was like,
respect.
Yo, this show is crazy. Like
must-see TV. My must-see TV was Breaking Bad. That was my number one show.
That's a good series too.
That's
a good series
that was
too.
Like every show.
I need to rewatch Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah, get you ready for camp. I'll tell you that. You go in there like Walter White taking out everybody.
Greg, you got a final question for Josh?
I want to know if you've been following at all with this baseball, the agreements between the owners and the players. And I'd like to know if it came to a point, like if this was happening during the football season and the owners came to you guys and were offering the same thing where it's like basically you're going to get some of your salary cut, especially the top earners, but maybe some of the less don't get some of their salary cut as much. Would you want to take a deal like that? That isn't maybe favorable to you as a player, but you can get back out there and play? Or are you going to be wanting to stay back and do what's best for yourself, even if that means missing a whole season?
I definitely want to play. My biggest thing is the my biggest thing is like the safety precautions. Right. You know what I mean? Just making sure that if we can, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to, if we're going to play, like, just make sure everybody's good, make sure everything's okay, like everything's put into place that needs to be there. I'm not really opposed. I don't want to take a pay cut. But at the end of the day, like my pay cut probably, I mean, I'm still blessed, you know, regardless to be 24 making whatever, you know. So
if you
whatever that pay cut would be.
Sorry for the follow-up, Aldo, but if you had to be quarantined for the whole season this year in order to play this season, would you even be able to do that logistically?
I don't think that'd be good for anybody. I'm gonna be honest. That specifically, I don't think that would be good for anybody. But I don't know. I don't know. Look, this is what I'll tell you about that. July 28th is our report date. It'll never get moved up. It can only get moved back. When they need me to be there, I'll be there. Regardless of what needs to go down, like what, I'll be there.
He'll be there like Michael Jackson.
All right, Josh. I'm going to play a little rapid fire with you, okay? I'm going to give you 6 names of your teammates, and I want you to tell me the first thing that comes to mind when I give you the name, okay? You ready?
Wait.
Okay, hold on.
We need preparation because Greg doubled down.
I did 2 questions. Shane's got 6 here.
No. It's rapid fire.
Greg,
you're the chatterbaiter. You don't count anyway, Brad.
Mute him. Game of Thrones him.
Josh's getting ramped up because he even knows this is going to be good. That's why he was adjusting his hat. We got to get you a new division. We got to get you a 2020 division champs hat.
Yes.
Right?
That's a fact.
That's
coming. Also got to get me a haircut. That's the only reason that's happening.
You want to unveil it on 100 proof so we can see what it looks like?
I mean, it's not horrible. You know, it's not horrible. It's just.
No, it's pretty bad. I'm kidding. All
right.
Russell Wilson just came in.
All right. Are you ready for your rapid fire?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Eddie Goldman.
Quiet.
David Montgomery.
Quiet. No, these are awful. Like these are guys.
No, we're gonna get better. This next one's the chat might blow up on this next one. Adam Shaheen. Don't say Chipotle.
Eeyore.
What?
Eeyore.
That's just all we need to know. All right. Charles Leno.
No, that's Chuck. That's just. I always think about his proposal. Actually, I think about his proposal and the fact that his marriage date was 7-2.
All right. Anthony Miller.
Loud. You know where he's at. You know where A Million is every time.
Riley Ridley.
Shout out to him. Quiet, but he's a sponge. He's a knowledge sponge.
Are we expecting a big 2020 from those 2 wide receivers?
I hope so. I hope we have a big 2020 from everybody on our roster.
Yeah.
Good job, man. Everything. I hope we lead the league in everything.
Well, real quick, speak on David Montgomery. You talk about a guy we talked about Roquan taking the next step. How good is David Montgomery?
David is a tank. He's a tank. He's very quiet. He's very focused. He's very motivated. And he just he just plays with a chip on his shoulder. He just runs angry. I love it. And my biggest thing is he doesn't have an ounce of cockiness in his game at all. And it's really hard to be super confident and not cocky, and he's not cocky. He definitely listens to everything I have to say when it comes to special teams. When he was still in the special teams conversation, maybe not so much now that he's proven how much of a stud he is, at running back. But honestly, David is a very, very business. He's a funny kid. Don't get me wrong. He's a great teammate to be around, but he's very he's gonna be a professional for a long time. God willing, he's gonna be a professional for a long time. He has the perfect mindset for this game.
I'm not gonna lie. Your best answer was Eeyore. That was good, man.
Yo, well, that's actually a nickname that our special teams coach gave him. But it's just because he's so quiet. Like, it's funny, though. It fits him. He hated it. But it was funny because, like, coach would say it, and then you would turn around and be like, I see where you got that. Like, like.
I mean,
Josh, do you think that, ribbing a guy like that who has had some unfortunate things happen in his professional career, you think, and he has underperformed, do you think that ribbing him could maybe get the best out of him? I mean, this guy was a second-round draft pick for the Chicago Bears, high investment, high expectations, and so forth. Do you think that, laying some verbal lumber on him might get him going?
I don't know. I don't know what they've tried. I don't know what they haven't. That's my guy. We compete on the field. Like that's what it is. We compete on the field. I'm telling you,
let me finish this up here.
Laser focus.
Let me finish this up and really put a bow on this. Is Mitch Trubisky a quarterback that needs a coach to get in his face and say, we need the Mitch. We need the Mitch that is deep in your belly, Mitch. We need the guy that we saw take us down the field and bring us wins. We need that confidence in him. Is he that kind of quarterback, Josh? Or is he more, we have to worry how we say things to Mitch? I mean, it's just, those are different. You talked about it earlier. There's certain ways people are motivated. I don't know who Mitch is in the locker room.
I don't know. I can't tell you what they do. Mm-hmm. Like, I've heard that Coach Nagy's a different coach to the offense when just the offense meets. I can tell you how he handles situations, with especially if people are around, like whatever, like he never tries to embarrass you or belittle you. Like that's not his coaching style. Whatever happens behind closed doors, I don't know. But what I can say is he'll call you out like, yo, like you understand that this, like we expect more of you. But that, like, it doesn't go beyond that, especially not in front of the whole team, especially not to reporters. And I think that's why everybody wants to play for him, because he's a player's coach. Like he respects us just as much as we respect him, or the respect that he desires. He gave it first.
Well, do you think that Mitch
I honestly
needs,
don't know. Like,
do you think that Mitch needs that kind of coach, or is he more?
I don't know what Mitch needs. I don't know what Mitch needs. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. Like, I don't know what he. I don't know what it was. Like, it was a combination of things. Like, it wasn't just Mitch. Mitch gets it because he's the quarterback.
Exactly.
But like, you want to talk about things that Mitch needs? Like, there are a lot of things that go into winning football games. A lot of things that go into winning football games. And no, he wasn't perfect. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, right. He wasn't perfect, but nobody was all season. And Coach Nagy will tell you that himself. That was a bad call. Like he'll do that in meetings. Like,
nice.
In the good and bad film, he'll show a really good play, he'll show an awful play, and then he'll show something that we might have executed perfectly, but it was just an awful call.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he holds himself and everyone else accountable too. So I can't tell you what Mitch needs specifically. Like, that's the relationship between him and his coach.
Well, that's why I only asked that because I'm a big defender of the guy on the tape, and I showed all of the reasons. You can't hide from the tape. As I say, the tape never lies. I do the whole series on it.
Right.
The reality of the truth is there's a lot of people fucking up, and Mitch is taking all the heat. And in a town that has done this and run every quarterback out of town, Jim McMahon included, that is an issue, as Shane would say. And I just want to know, is Mitch, like, someone said it, I saw it pop up. I like Mad Mitch too. I want him to come in here and have something to prove. Just like you.
Got a bug.
Dodging and dipping. Dodging and dipping and giving punks a whipping.
Got a big bug.
How big is that?
There it is.
Yo, he's loud.
Stay away from that one.
Well, I can't thank you enough for keeping it 100 and joining us tonight here on 100 Proof. That's why we call it that. Always supporting the bar room.
Oh, we lost him.
Did we lose him?
Yeah.
That bug knocked him off.
He froze and then he lost. That bug just took over the Woods household.
Josh backing up his first appearance with an even better one, if you ask me. There he is.
There, we're talking. Look at him.
Oh man,
we were worried sick.
We thought Shaheen got you, man.
Hey, Josh, I'm not sure we can hear you. Say a few words. Yeah, we lost your audio for some reason. Let me see.
You on mute?
No, I don't have him on mute. Maybe he's on mute.
Josh might be.
Nope.
That's too bad.
Pop in and pop back.
Yeah,
out.
pop back in and pop back out.
Come back in. Aldo super producing on the go. The fiery Puerto Rican bar keeping for Chicagoland.
He'll be back momentarily, and we'll get our goodbyes in because I wanted to share with him. Let's see if he's there. No, he's definitely gone now. He's going to try to log back in. I wanted, one of the things that we appreciate about football players here. There he is. Let's see. Can you hear us? We can't hear
audio.
You for some reason.
Still can't hear him.
Yeah, but Josh, you can hear us, right?
We're going to play a game called Sign Language with Josh. You don't have to say anything. Aldo wants, and all of us really want to praise you for a second.
Yes, that's what we want to do here to conclude our interview with you. Is everybody in the chat room is just super impressed with the candid responses that you have shared with us about the team, about your play, about your teammates. And we really appreciate you coming here and keeping it 100. And I also want to add, this game of football is a very, very dangerous game. It's a very dangerous game. And you talked about what the NFL has to do safety-wise regarding COVID-19. But also, we realize we love the violence, we love the collisions and so forth, and we realize that's an intrinsic part of the game, and you play it to the T. Your special teams play, and when we see you at linebacker, you put your body out there for sacrifice for your enjoyment of the game and for our enjoyment of the game. And for that, we really, really appreciate it very much. And praise to you, and stay safe out there, all right? Guys, any final thoughts for Josh?
I'm just pissed we can't get a station ID from the big man.
Yeah, we'll get him back. We'll get him back.
You do have to do me a favor. You can hear me, put your thumb up. There we go. So Danny Trevathan, your boy, has promised to come on 100 Proof not once, not twice, 3 times. So I need you to tell him Shane and his boy Greggy Braggs, Greg Sunshine, and Draft Dr. Phil and Aldo we want to talk to him because we want to give him the stage too to praise him too. So can you do that for me? A thumbs up? He's in the middle. Say you got to do it. Say, Danny, you've been 100 proof. You got to go on Bears Bar. There you go.
We need the live dance off between Iggy and Josh now that we're on video.
Be a summer show. Up. It looks like Turbo.
Josh, when we get to training camp and if they let me in Hallis Hall, I'll bring you a Bears Barroom Radio Network T-shirt. We really appreciate you.
Well, tell him to DM me, Josh. DM me back on Instagram, and I'll get your info. We'll send you some swag.
We're gonna give you some swag like this. Bears 100 proof. Show them yours, Greg.
We got all sorts of shirts now, so we'll hook
Smartest
you up.
Man T-shirt.
We had to send Big John Jenkins the 3X.
Yeah. We're giving you what? A 1X? 1X. Okay. We got everything in order now, Aldo.
All right, Josh, we'll let you go. And again, tons of appreciation for your time and for your passion for being a Chicago Bears. Love you, brother.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
Thanks,
that
man.
was outstanding. Awesome. 100 Proof Radio. And I want to thank everybody who has been listening in the chat room and participating. This is what I like about what we do here. This isn't just a talk between, the four of us and our guests. It's also everyone in the chat room participating and just having a fun time. And Josh picked up a lot of fans today, man.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, and Josh is still in the green room. I don't think he wants to go home. He's playing around with his audio and stuff.
He's trying to get it back in. This guy.
He's gone now, but really, really appreciate the guy. And this guy, I remember he came to my attention from Shane Marsaw. Shane said, keep an eye on this guy. This guy's a converted safety. He's now moving into the linebacker spot. In 2018, he spent the entire season on the practice squad. In 2019, he played primarily special teams and had an influence. And you can bet he's going to be another huge contributor to the special team in 2020. And he's going to get his reps in there at linebacker. And we expect that progression to continue.
And him admitting that he wants to be a 4-phase, special teamer is huge, because that's a lot of these young guys come in and they get so hype and they talk so much, and it's just, I'm going to come in, I'm going to take this league by storm, and it very, very rarely works that way. Josh just has the perfect mindset that he's going to go in there and he's going to work. He talked about being 236. His coach told him, get down to 232. I think it's really going to help you. And he did that and was at his target weight before the pandemic struck, and he's maintained that. And that to me says a lot about his character. Mm-hmm. And Josh he's got everything you want in a football player. He's got the drive, he's got the passion, he's got the athletic talent. It's just getting that chance, and he's a ladder guy. He's got to work his way up that ladder, and I believe he can do it. I really do.
And I just want to say that I think that the chat line of the day is up on the screen right now. EJ says that he's going to be a fan of Josh Woods wherever he goes.
Perfectly said, EJ.
Well done, brother.
My boy, EJ. The thing that stands out not only is the transparency, but we talk about the love. Do you have the love of the game? Do you love the game of football? That's the thing that is the GM's job, really, at the end of the day, to find, talent. Just like he said, this is the NFL. You better fucking know how to tackle. I didn't want to make it an hour and a half long interview, or else I would have went back at him like, well, there's a lot of missed tackles. Practice makes perfect. The coach in me, I'm going to push back, but not tonight. Tonight, I'm just saying, in the NFL, Josh going in there, really, if you work on your craft and you go 1,000 and you keep it 100 and you love this game of football, then the sky's the limit for somebody like that. And his personality alone, not to say that you're spoiled, but you got John Jenkins coming on here, immense personality. You got Josh Woods coming on here, another Bear with a big-time personality. It means that Ryan Pace is doing his job in regards to the players and finding that locker room cohesiveness, if they're anything like that going across the board. The other thing, really, the leader of the fucking team, that was just Danny T. And I had to interrupt there and interject because we got a lot of heat where we were prior to free agency. We said Danny T, I would re-sign more so than all of the others, because there you go. You just got the answer. What that means from him, not only in his position, in regards to what he plays, but the entire football team. You have that kind of leader who's that talented, who there is no question in my mind, no matter what Danny Trevathan makes as a professional athlete, he loves the game of football.
Yep.
Loves it.
To play off that, Phil, I think, listen, I don't think that, I'm trying to phrase this the right way. When I asked him the question about who's the leader on offense, to me, I know Josh has to be careful about, what he says because, you can't. I didn't want to ever ask him about getting into the quarterback and who's a better quarterback and stuff like that. But he scrambled, for an answer. He was really, really trying to come up with an answer. But to me, Phil, that says a lot about where this where this team is. You're in year 3 under Matt Nagy, and we ask a guy that's busting his ass to make this roster, a kid that's keeping it 100, like we like to say, and he was scrambling for an answer. It's if you're where you want to be, it's boom, this guy, that just like he did with Danny Trevathan. Yeah. To me, it says a whole bunch about where this offense is because he was scrambling for an answer. He finally made his way to Allen Robinson.
Well, that was honestly why I doubled down on the question was, in my opinion, I thought he was about to say Mitch, but then pulled back because he realized that might sound stupid because he might not even be the quarterback, in my opinion. That was how I read it.
I read it the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, I read it like because in my opinion, he would have said Mitch a year ago today. Now
that's why he didn't say that.
Well, you can't say it now because there's a competition coming. The coach has announced that.
I think he said a whole lot. By
scrambling, he said everything I needed to know. That's why I wanted to know, is Mitch a guy that you get in his face and get the most out of him? I wanted to know, and I get it. But I went there because I wanted to know. Players know. Just like he said, some players need to hear things like this. Some players need to hear it in a different way and to motivate themselves. I want to know who Mitch is. Look, I talked to one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen today in my life, on my register, a guy played at the University of New Haven, broke every school record there, Jesse Shawarda. Shout out to him. Also from Meriden, Connecticut. And we were talking, he's a big Cowboys fan, and we were talking. He's like, listen, Mitch Trubisky has every talent, every skill you could ever want in a quarterback. How does he handle this competition? He's like, I'll tell you what, if it was me, that's going to light a fire under my ass as a quarterback. Yep. So it's going to be interesting to see if Mitch handles the signing of Foles in the manner with which you want your NFL franchise quarterback to handle. And then there'll be no question who the fucking leader of the offense is, because it should have been, Greg, in football. You ask, who's the leader of your offense?
Boom.
If it's, Olin Kreutz to most people, then it's Olin Kreutz. But it should be, is there a question? John Elway? John Elway was the leader.
So, and this isn't to indict Josh. Josh was handling it the right way, but we've been doing this for a long time. And to me, he made the comment that they're on different teams 6 days a week. That's great. I understand that they're on different sides of the ball, different classrooms, everything. Totally understand that. But like Phil said, players know. They know before the fans do. A lot of times, you've heard Olin Kreutz, when he came on here, he said there was sometimes when guys were drafted, him and Pat Manley looked at him in the first practice and they're like, what on earth? What? This dude can't play. And that was in the first week of practice. And I'm not saying that Mitch can't play because we know that he can. But to me, it spoke volumes about where he went with a lot of the stuff, especially
Greg. It is on Mitch. Only Mitch can control who Mitch is going to be. Yeah. Like I'm a big believer in this. Here's my quarterback that I draft. The motherfucker that stands up there and says, "I got this. I got this. I got this interview. I don't prepare shit. I'm ready. Let's go. Who's next? Who are we gonna talk to? We're gonna break down film with fucking Matt Miller. Let's do it. Who's next?" That's how you got to be. Your quarterback, you sit down and you can't find the right quarterback to lead this team. That's why I was so sure, like a slam dunk when we traded up, it was Deshaun Watson. But confident Mitch has showed me. I mean, that New England Patriots game is so underrated when you go back and watch that game. Everything you could ever want in a quarterback is there, including Bill Belichick saying, we got to fucking stop this guy from escaping. We got to stop this guy. And he couldn't. The GOAT, the best coach in football, Mitch, if you go watch that game, a game we lost, but it was a high-scoring game. Mitch is throwing ball. He's balling out. And I don't give a fuck. You need to find that and fucking embed that shit in his belly and let him make plays, because that's his feet should not be a negative. It might be a negative for Chris Sims or Chubbs or whoever, not poking fun at Chubbs. That game, that kind of athlete, you need to get that best out of him. And I think his feet are one of the best things about the kid. So we're going to see. Foles is the complete opposite. I mean, he's nimble. He's not athletic.
But that to me is, and I know you guys feel like it's because, the team maybe reading into maybe the team or players have given up on him in ways. I just see it a different way. This is a quarterback competition. This city is no stranger to these. Bourbonnais used to be no stranger to quarterback competitions, and that's what we're back into now. And I've seen it's not just fan bases that get split in quarterback competitions. I've seen teams get split because of how some feel about Rex Grossman and some feel about Kyle Orton. How some feel about Jay Cutler, how some feel about Josh McCown. I mean, this is a round and round we go thing with the Bears, and to me, Greg, he can't sit there. You're saying, oh, he should definitely say Mitch. Well, you got a $20 million quarterback, Nick Foles, who's tweeting about how he beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl the other day. Got about 100,000 likes, so he can't sit there and say, it's Mitch Trubisky when Nick Foles is in the stable now. It's may the best man win. That's what Nagy said.
He's the only one that knows the locker room.
Right.
They haven't even gotten in a locker room yet. They have not gotten in this team's locker room yet with Nick Foles.
Woods has been.
Nobody's been in this locker room
Nobody's been in this locker room
yet. So that's the point, Greg, because he's basing everything off where he's been. And Nick Foles wasn't here with Josh. And he still didn't say Mitch.
This is back to Greg's
competition. Who's been the quarterback?
But I'm just saying,
Josh Woods has been here for 2 years. Who's been the quarterback?
If we understand a competition because the coach has announced it, he's a player on the team. He understands it's a quarterback competition. So he's not going to sit there and put his name on one or the other when, as he said, whoever leads this team is the leader of this team. He's not picking a side.
I think you missed.
Well, he was also asked, what does Mitch need? I don't know what Mitch needs.
What does he need?
I don't know what he needs.
Well, exactly. I mean, hey, like I said, I respect how candid he was. A lot of players.
Well, that's why we have him. Yeah,
a lot of players would not talk that much at length about stuff that's going on in the locker room, on the other side of the football.
That's why we had him on before, because and listen, I don't think he said anything super controversial. I just think he was being honest. I think that probably. Listen, if you put all these pieces together, you have guys that were openly recruiting other people to come quarterback this ball club, and then you take this piece and put it in. Listen, you can believe in Mitch, you can believe in the theory or that you just want him to be the guy. We all want him to be the guy.
I'm not talking about whether or not he believes. I'm just saying why he didn't outright say Mitch. To me, the psychology of it is he understands it's a quarterback competition. To me, you're going to stay away from that position right now because it's not decided.
Well, we can agree to disagree on this one.
When he said Tariq Cohen, I was like, oh boy, this wasn't going where I was expecting.
He said Tariq Cohen speaks up when he's getting pissed off that things aren't going the right way. I like guys like that. That we need more guys that speak up.
Well,
his road rash, did you see that on Twitter?
Jesus Christ.
No, what was that?
He had a picture of his road rash injury on his right shoulder area.
That's from football, right?
Hopefully he didn't fall out of that car.
He fell off a moped. That's what that is. That's some sort of vehicular accident, Greg. Your boy. Screwing around. He's playing football. What is he playing in the street? Getting scratched on his shoulder blade? No, he fell off something. Skateboard, scooter, whatever. I hope he's ready to compete.
That's right.
I sent Grody the link. Is he in there, Aldo?
No, he's not yet, but he's not due for another 5 minutes because
Okay.
I saw that
just wanted to make
on
sure.
Twitter 8:40 Central Time. So
I got to give Josh a little more credit here. Just one more thing that stood out to me. I brought up the club dub part.
Absolutely.
And his answer, Aldo, you brought it up, and it's true. I agree with what he said, and I think he even changed my perspective on it a little bit because I'll be honest, like when I was the season didn't go how we wanted, and when they did, win a game, it just it made me tense up a little bit. I'm like, Jesus, just stop. But you look about the blood, sweat, and tears that they're going through, and they're not going to let a fan base dictate how and what they do to celebrate, and I can appreciate that. Right. And that's that right there in itself speaks a whole lot to that locker room. We're not going to change for a group of fans that think that it's wrong. We're doing what we do, and like he said, maybe they'll rebrand it. Maybe that's the way. But I totally respected his answer, and I think he changed my perspective on that.
I would like to just add this, and then Mark Grote is in the green room, so I'd like to bring him in quickly. My only concern is when players send out via social media images or video of them in Club Dub. Like Josh Wood said, that's a player thing. That's a private thing. They're celebrating their success, not for the fans. So when a player sends that out, though, it's sending the wrong message. And
the team does it too, though. The Chicago Bears do it. Yeah. They have a whole thing.
That's someone made that point. I wish I'm not the chatterbaiter, so it's really not my job. But they said it is a problem.
No, I was earmarking those
problem. They were using it as a political thing in regards. It's almost like, you cut off your nose to spite your face. That thing. You gotta celebrate the win, Greg. You have to, 100%.
I got a shit ton of thoughts when it comes to Club Dub. I could go all night.
Let me finish this, and then
keep them for your show.
Yeah,
I don't care, Greg.
Joe Mando, Pat Mike, and their fucking.
We got to ask Grody if they have Club Dub at the Score. I can just see those guys going
Mark
crazy.
Grote, and now
there he is.
There he is.
What's up, guys?
Mark is really sharp there, man.
Honestly, this is the Score right here because we all broadcast from home right now. So yeah, there is no Club Dub happening at the Score. That I can tell you.
You're not having a little scotch or whiskey after every show.
I've reduced it to sparkling ice, water right now.
Much healthier choice. Well done. Much better.
We all get a certain amount of liquor and alcohol that our body can take. I've had my share.
I hear you, brother. Hey, you know how this show works. We always do a little introduction for our guests. We had one for Josh Woods with Dancing Girls, and of course, we have to have one for you with Dancing Girls.
Uh-oh.
Here it goes.
Right.
Mark's no stranger to us. I'm from the Score, and so do I. Our Bears commitment's what we're thinking of. Don't think the fans expect any other guy. I wanna know what Grody's feeling. Need to tweet so we can understand. Grody's coming on the show with the guys you know. Gonna break down the Bears and educate you. Gonna make you laugh, not cry. Never gonna be that guy. I'll never let you down. Oh, the bar fly.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. I could have mixed that a little better. I apologize.
you know what? I gotta say, like we know that I'm not a fan of Rick Astley, but the lyrics that you guys put forth and the production value, it's all good. It's all good.
Hey, there you go.
Listen, Mark, I'm going to turn it over to the guys that got plenty of questions. Phil and Shane will take over the interview, and then Greg Braggs is collecting questions from our chat room. We've got a lot of people in the chat room. I'm sure it was because of you, not Josh Woods.
Yeah.
So, you guys take it away.
Mark, how dedicated are you in belief that the Bears believe in Mitch Trubisky?
Oh, I think they've made it quite clear that they are no longer sure about Mitchell Trubisky. That, the signing or the trading for Nick Foles, it said everything, that they haven't completely given up on him. But this is last call, that he has one more chance to prove himself, and they are not going to enable him. They are no longer making it cushy for him in the environments in which he will practice. It is now supposedly a 50-50 competition for the starting job. So, yeah, I mean, that the fact that Foles is here tells you everything you need to know about the Bears not necessarily having complete confidence that he is their starting quarterback going forward.
So, Mark, you're supposedly there kind of speaks volumes. What's the Mark Grote think? What's going to unfold? Do you think it's going to be a legit 50-50, or is that supposedly going to pop in there a little bit? What do you think?
I think it's going to be really difficult now with the modified offseason that is all they've already been hurt by the offseason. I have right now at this point in terms of media access for June, when they have all the media or the OTAs, and there's a mini camp as well. They're all the press conferences are via Zoom. So the only reason I bring that up is because I would assume then that the actual practices are probably via Zoom. And this is my long-winded way of saying that the entire process of a quarterback competition has been compromised. So I think that they have to have in the back of their minds an idea of who they would go with if they don't truly get to see this competition play out on the field. Look, there has to be practice time before the games start. I mean, you have to do that, but you may not have enough true time for a real quarterback competition. So there's got to be a preconceived notion. If I had to give the edge to just listening to the way Matt Nagy speaks, listening to the way Ryan Pace speaks, and I am truly reading between the lines here because that's all we can do.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds more Nick Foles than Mitch Trubisky right now, and I say that because one of the buzzwords or one of the keywords that Matt Nagy has used is transparency, as in he's going to be very transparent with his quarterbacks about who's doing what well. And I thought that was a message for Trubisky because he may have to have a hard conversation or two. And then in our last conversation, most recently with Matt Nagy, which was, I think it was last week. Yeah, it was last week. He said he did mention that Nick Foles is a guy who is capable of picking up the offense in a rapid fashion. So could it still be Trubisky? Yes. If I had to pick right now, I would say Foles.
Let me ask you this. Matt Nagy, speaking of transparency, the perfect segue here, almost coming out and admitting, hey, I messed up in 2019. We didn't run the ball as much as we would like to run the ball. How much do you believe in him changing his whole concept of that? Because he does mention in the asterisk at the bottom of the page, well, you have to throw the ball too. Like, how much confident are you in him getting it right in regards to running the football?
Well, this is truly a wait and see. They have always talked well about running the ball, and I'm even talking about 2018 when they were winning all those games, the end of every press conference was reserved for, okay, great win, another pick six, another turnover, the defense wins another game. Where's the run game? And there was always a good answer. There's always, we haven't figured it out yet. Schematically, it's all of us. And I do think that now more than ever, Matt Nagy is prepared to adjust and change his ways and understands that he has to tune up his offense based on the talent that he has as opposed to just ramming his offense down their throats. I think he understands that, but I thought he'd understood it at other points in time too. So it's wait and see. This is such an important year for him. I don't think he's going to lose his job unless they have an embarrassing 0-16, something crazy happens. But Nagy was brought in here to make offense better, and that hasn't really happened to a large degree yet.
Mark, you talked about the head coach and the front office kind of, making their statement when they went out and got Nick Foles and in terms of where they stand with Mitch. Do you have a temperature of how the locker room is on that? I mean, have you come across anything where because there was players openly recruiting other quarterbacks on Twitter during free agency. And I see that as somebody who's invested in this. And I'm like, boy, that to me, that speaks a whole lot about where their thought process is on this with Mitch.
Yeah.
What's your thought on that?
Yeah, no, and unless there's more to it, I saw one guy doing that. So to that end, here's all I know, because we haven't been able to ask any players about Nick Foles yet. But I will say this, that Mitchell Trubisky, the part that he did have down pretty well was respect in the locker room, respect in the huddle, respect as a dude. He appeared to be a pretty popular guy, as in most players, from what I could gather, liked him offensively and defensively. So I don't know what any of these players, what their relationships are with Nick Foles. I don't know if deep down inside Allen Robinson is thinking, okay, we've got Foles now, this is going to be better. But let's put it this way, I never saw any dissension surrounding Mitch. I never heard any murmurs. There might be. I mean, I'm not being naive here, but just from what I heard and the players that I spoke to, they all pretty much swore by Mitch. Once they get to know Nick Foles, that could change. And I can't wait to ask guys about that, assuming we ever get the opportunity to do so.
When you look at the Chicago Bears 2020, what's your biggest concern heading into this season with all the question marks? How would you rank it? 1, 2, 3. Give me the Grody feel, especially with you being so close on the sidelines. There's got to be little nuggets that you don't share over the radio that you kind of okay, I'm going to keep that one to myself, but you put it in your memory. So what's your biggest top 3 concerns right here?
I think number one, I'll put it at a position group, and we'll leave out quarterback because that's just an easy direction to go, and we've already kind of talked about that. Wide receiver. Wide receiver is big time mystery spot right now. You have one guy on the roster who exactly what he is and what he can do, and what he can do is pretty damn good, and that's Allen Robinson. Beyond that, it's mystery men. I mean, I think Anthony Miller is going to be good and maybe pick up where he left off in the second half of last year. I think Riley Ridley has a chance to be a decent pro. Javon Wims has done things little by little. It got better here and there, but there's nothing explosive there. I think Tariq Cohen can get back to being part of the reception core as he was 2 years ago, but I don't know. Ted Ginn Jr., I think that's a good pickup, and he's got the speed, but again, he has never lived up to his first round status in the NFL. You kind of know what you're getting there. and it does create a nice deep threat. Cordell Patterson, good sometimes, non-existent other times. So I think wide receiver is one big, concern area for me right now. I think the other, running back for sure. One of the questions I always asked on the score last year was, is David Montgomery good? I don't know. I think he's good, but we never really saw that kick into full gear, and it feels like probably that didn't have as much to do with him as it had to do with the overall scheme and the play calling and some other peripheral things like that. So the big year for David Montgomery, and then I kind of gave away the third one, and that's the offensive line. Are they going to get back to playing more or less mistake or fewer mistakes? They had a lot of mistakes last year, a lot of penalties. Charles Leno Jr., who's been a steady force at left tackle for a long time, did not have a good year. And I think it's like, if I want to really circle somebody, I know there's all the usual suspects, but it's James Daniels, because James Daniels is a guy who had an off year last year after having a decent rookie year, a year where towards the end of his rookie year, he was starting to maul guys. Last year, it didn't look quite right. So I want to see if he can become what the Bears think he was, and that's a guy that they moved up in the second round to draft. So those are three concerns off the top of my head.
I would have flip-flopped him. I would have put offensive line number 1 with a huge underline under it. And then I would have went down. But I'm not worried about David Montgomery, but that's another story, Shane. Yeah, I know you have a question. I'm excited. I think Montgomery is, and I love Mark Grote. Everyone knows that. I wrote all those lyrics, Mark. Aldo and Shane did not help.
Hey, just because we disagree does
right
not mean we don't like each other, man.
Exactly.
So
We have
okay. No disclaimer needed.
Exactly. But I think David Montgomery is going to rock the Grody world. That'll be my drop for this year. Okay. I'm banking on that. I'm also putting my trust and faith in a coach that doesn't run the ball. So hopefully.
Well, speaking of running the ball, and Mark, you brought it up with David Montgomery, not wondering if it was scheme related, and yes, that falls onto the head coach. But you talk about the blocking assignments and the blocking scheme and everything like that. So there was a disconnect with Matt Nagy and Harry Hiestand. I myself didn't think that Nagy had balls enough to launch Harry. Myself, I just didn't think that they were going to do it. And when it came out that he did it, I was actually shocked because I just didn't think that he would do it. Were you a little surprised by that at all? That it was, because when Harry came in here, it was, he's a top 3 offensive line coach in history. And then really everything was thrown on his lap and be like, yep, the issue is with you. And I mean, I know there's always got to be a fall guy, but were you a little surprised they didn't give him another year?
Yeah, I was surprised, and it's exactly for what you're saying. I mean, from the second he came in, he came in with the fancy resume, having been with the Bears, having done what he did with Notre Dame, having a lot of coming. He came in with big time cred with the coaching staff and with the players, and you never heard a bad word about him. And then something obviously went wrong. Offensive line wasn't good. Offensive line coach gets fired. So it's not like it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. But to answer your question, yes, I was a little surprised that he's gone, just considering the resume that exists with him.
Give me the one guy you think fans should know or be prepared for, that you think being there that is going to surprise a lot of people this year. Any player.
He wants to say Tyler Bray. I can tell it. I can tell.
Tyler Bray. Oh my God.
Don't put words in Grody's mouth.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a little bit more of a dark horse guy. I mean, the first guy that came to my brain in terms of like a rebound year, if you want to even call that, because he didn't have a bad year last year, but it's Roquan Smith.
Perfect.
With some of the behind the scenes issues that he had, and then he was obviously the torn pectoral, so his season was kind of a mess. So I think he's going to have a huge year this year. And then the other guy too is, and maybe it's based on the success that other guys next to Eddie Jackson have had, going back to Adrian Amos, and then last year Clinton Dix. I'm very curious to see what Deshaun Gibson does.
Yes.
For the Bears this year at strong safety. So he's kind of my dark horse. Can't circle that guy.
Yes.
He'll be properly motivated. So yeah, that's the guy that I'm looking at and looking forward to, because they've had relative success with the guy who plays with Eddie Jackson.
Not to stay on this Tyler Bray train, but Mark, a big issue that we've talked about here at the bar room, and I've never figured it out with the Bears, and especially with Ryan Pace as being the lead guy here, is I understand they invested in Mitch, but I'm absolutely stunned, floored, whatever word you want to use, that they've brought in nobody in the draft, not even an undrafted guy. I mean, listen, let's be honest. Tyler Bray ain't it. I don't think that's breaking news here. But just for them not to have somebody in here that's got at least some upside that could potentially have a future at that position, to me, it's GMing malpractice, not even to bring in a new arm this offseason. I can't understand it. Do you have any reasoning why you think that would be, that they don't address that at all?
Well, I mean, the only, I don't know why they didn't, and I'll address that in a second too, but I think that what they thought was there wasn't somebody worthy of bringing in. I was surprised too, because it seems like the Bears are in a perfect scenario for development, as in if you had drafted, acquired, signed a free agent quarterback, other than Nick Foles, of course, you have the perfect opportunity to develop that guy, because he ain't starting this year. You know what's going on this year. There's not going to be pressure to start a 4th or 5th round quarterback if that's what the Bears were to have drafted. Unlike in other years, like when Trubisky was a rookie, there was pressure to play Trubisky. Sure. It's possible that stunted his development. So yeah, I agree. I thought this would have been a perfect low pressure place to develop a quarterback, because after this year, it's possible that neither Mitchell Trubisky nor Nick Foles is on this roster. They may be quarterback hunting next offseason no matter what.
And then they've backed themselves into a corner in the offseason and in the draft, because everybody knows where they're going to have to go. You know what I mean? That's
the only way they win, and this is the ironic way when I say win, is if they lose badly and then they are able to pick one of the top quarterbacks. But quite frankly, I don't think you guys have the patience for that, and I'm sure a lot of Bears fans don't have the patience for a 2 or 3 win season. That would not be ideal.
Let's hope not. And quite honestly, I think this roster is too good for that. I mean, I think a lot of things would have to go really, really wrong for them to pop in 2 wins. I mean, as bad as everything went last year, they still finished 8-8. And I mean, I think that's a testament to this roster.
I agree. I mean, I think you still have a 2, maybe 3-year window with that defense, the way it is. And that's what it's all about. It's about not wasting that window. And that's why they've gotten serious about the quarterback spot. They know it. They get it. Whatever this team does is going to be because of its defense, a defense that I know is playoff ready, and maybe even if they can get back to 2018 style, they're Super Bowl ready. So they can't waste it. They cannot waste, Khalil Mack, Akeem Hicks at this point. They've got to make the offense better, and that's what it's all about right now because of the defense.
It's like you guys are reading my mind and questions, because we had Josh on. I doubled down, tripled down. This team, this roster on paper is, to me, the guy who studies the tape is Super Bowl ready. That is without a doubt. When you compare it, I don't know how any person could consider themselves a football analyst and then make their rankings of teams and not recognize wait a second, the Bears defense is just too good. As bad as they were, to Shane's point, we talk about them sometimes like they were a 3-win team. Really, they were even at 8-8 despite it all, despite all the chaos. So to your point, how in regards to this coach, can he function with knowing that he was hired to be the savior for the offense? The defense has been built like the castle in England, the whatever, the Taj Mahal in India. You have the perfect architecture to win football games. So how can you now have a coach who came in here to build the offense up to be on par with that? How does he juggle that? Can he, in your mind, being around the guy, accept that it's okay to be good?
And I don't know that he had that in his first 2 years, but I think just from knowing him, from being around him, he does sound believable. So I'm going back to the combine this year, and it sounds like he's a guy who gets that maybe some things have to change as far as the playbook. I mean, he's not going to like blow up the playbook, but and rip out half the book. But I do think that he understands now that, unless something crazy happens and breaks through with the offense, this is not ever going to be the Kansas City Chiefs offense. It's not going to be what Doug Peterson's Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl team was. And these are all blueprints that he has followed and analyzed and studied. I think he gets it. It's not going to be that. So you do have to take some things down a level. The other part too here is that, Matt Nagy has not had a whole lot of say in who the quarterback is for this team. This will be the first time that Matt Nagy, assuming it is Matt Nagy that gets to do the bulk of the analyzing and the breaking down of these two QBs, it's the first time that he'll have a little bit of ownership. And if he feels more comfortable with Nick Foles, then maybe you will see him able to do more of the things he wants to do while remembering in the back of his mind that you do have to at least give the appearance of a successful running game in order to make your downfield passing game to work.
Mark, Matt Nagy has been on a tour to kind of admit his 2019 mistakes. He talked about, not having a commitment to the run game. He talked about not playing the starters during preseason. That's a decision that he regretted. What are your thoughts about what he has said during preseason and what might impress you?
What was the last part there? You were breaking up on me a little.
I think Greg's typing or something. It's killing me.
Well, I don't think so.
Somebody's typing.
Greg, are you typing?
It's Shane.
I'm hearing something.
I was backstage. So you see up on Grody how I get blamed for these things.
Apologize. It must be
innocently
Shane.
sitting
Someone's
backstage.
typing. I mean, look at my hand.
Yeah, there's a little bit of static coming through somebody's.
Yeah. Could be me, but just to add to what I said, what is it that Matt Nagy has said during the off season that has impressed you, and you think that fans should take account for?
Oh, during the off season, yeah. No, I will say, I mean, I asked him the question recently again about the preseason, and he does plan to, play the starters more. He did admit or say that that's where the most important part of evaluating a quarterback can get done. So, yeah, I mean, he did say that. I like the fact that he has said that he's going to be transparent about the quarterback competition. And, going back again, starting with the combine, saying that, yes, maybe he does have to, match the play calling with the talent that is on the Bears. So, yeah, I think he puts a ton of pressure on himself in that regard. And, what Bears fans should know, too, in that regard, is that this kills him. This kills him that he can't make offense work with the Bears the way he wants it to, because that's his whole life. The guy loves play calling. He loves making plays. He likes watching other teams' plays. He likes watching college football plays. He loves designing plays. Like, offense is what he does. And you could bet that if you guys are frustrated and Bears fans in general are frustrated, it's crushing him because this is what he majors in. This is why he's a head coach in the NFL, because he is supposed to be good at putting offense together. So I think what you might see for the first time this year out of Matt Nagy is a little bit more, I don't know what the right word is, a little bit more anger, a little bit more, this is the way we're going to do it. Obviously, he's got different coaches that he's going to, have the ear of, so that'll make things different and intriguing as well. But yeah, it's a big year for Nagy. He knows it, and it weighs on him heavily as well, as good of an attitude as he has.
And that's what's frustrating for a lot of Bears fans, because we recall back to the Ravens' first Super Bowl championship, and Bill Belichick, who was an offensive genius, he came to the Ravens with that reputation, just like Nagy came to the Bears with that. He realized that he didn't have the horses and the quarterback to make it happen, and so he altered the offense to complement a tremendous defense. And so that's what's frustrating for us Bears fans, that Nagy hasn't made the adjustments to his style to utilize the strengths of the team and run the ball, have that offensive line go forward and establish a good running game to complement the defense.
Yeah, I think the reason why is because Nagy has seen it work, he knows it works, and he is frustrated as hell that it hasn't worked. But again, I think that I think he started to see it last year, the game at Soldier Field against the Saints, where they carried the ball 7 times for 17 yards. I think that was the week after that, you started to see them add the extra offensive lineman. J.P. Holtz came into effect. Mm-hmm. They did things differently, in the second half of last year. They actually did. So there's already some evidence to suggest that Matt Nagy will continue to do that, to make things better for the offense by making things simpler for the offense. So we started to see it already, and I think that you will continue to see it. And I think those are great examples. There were playoff teams last year too that ran the ball really well and were really successful at it. And I think those were good examples for Matt Nagy to see. And the one thing he always says too is that he is still learning, and he does know he makes mistakes, and that he is willing to adjust and point the thumb a little bit to make things better for the Bears.
Mark, when the draft rolled around, were you surprised about how it unfolded at all at 43? I know myself, you brought up the wide receiver. I thought that they were going to go wide receiver at 43, bring in an explosive guy, and they did not. I mean, I always thought that Cole Kmet was a good player. I just didn't expect them to make that move there. What were your thoughts on that?
I was totally surprised that they took him at 43. But that's one of those picks, though, after you kind of get off the initial surprise, I won't say shock, because they needed a damn tight end. Mm-hmm. But it's very easy to talk yourself into that being a good pick. You know what I mean? Like, this is just not a bad pick. Wasn't the one I expected, but I like it just because I like everything that I've heard from Cole Kmet. I like the tape that I've seen of Cole Kmet, and he does feel like a guy who will be able to pick things up quickly. I don't know how impactful he's going to be right away, but after the initial pick was made, I don't know how you guys feel, but I like the pick, and I think that the guy's going to have a good NFL career.
Did you expect them? Did you think that they might go with an explosive wideout at 43?
Yeah. No, I did. I was I was thinking either wide receiver or maybe even offensive lineman. I was caught off guard at tight end. I mean, I studied up on tight ends that were not certainly not Cole Kmet. So I was a little surprised in that they waited as long as they did to get a wide receiver when they did, and obviously way down the line, and a guy who's got great speed and all that kind of stuff, but more of a developmental guy, it looks like.
Well, first of all, thank you for asking that question to Coach Nagy, because as a friend of Bears Barroom and myself, you knew how much it bothered me that he didn't play those guys in preseason, and the importance of him saying reps are so important and then contradicting it and really having the season they did. Obviously, you can't put it all in that breadbasket, so to speak, but it was important for me to see that things are going to change wholeheartedly. We talk about the media all the time doing their job. We were hard on you. That's how you initially came on the show. And just like a great quarterback, you stepped up in the pocket and delivered there. And to hear Coach Nagy say that, and to answer your tough question, and to see that transparency, do you see that transparency from Ryan Pace all the way down? Was the disappointment or the arrogance that held them back from wherever they wanted to go? Do you think that the transparency now is to combat what happened last year, or is this really the culture he's building in your mind?
Yeah, I don't know that the transparency is going to be felt from Ryan Pace. I mean, obviously it's a different job. It's not one where you're required to be in front of the media every day. So I would probably leave him out of the equation in that regard. But yeah, for Matt, Matt Nagy's always been pretty transparent when we've asked him questions about plays and things that have broken down, for good things and bad things. So he's always been pretty transparent in that way. But I think that this year just feels like, again, as we talked about, in that window to win. And then,
right.
Your first year, you had what happened. No matter what, the first year was going to be a honeymoon for Matt Nagy because it's his first year.
Right.
And then they did what they did. They won 12 games, coach of the year, GM of the year. Then it all goes backwards last year, and they still end up as an 8-8 team. And as we were all talking about earlier, the expectations should be a team that competes for a division title this year because
Yep.
the talent is absolutely there. And I think that, going back to the playing the starters in the preseason, this is a good sign for Bears fans that this is a guy who is willing to change and not be stubborn and stick to his ways just to kind of go against the grain. He was doing it to protect players, which I didn't think was a bad idea, but I think he has realized that he does need to see a little bit more. And look, let's not expect it to be like it was, in 10 years ago in the NFL where you see
Right.
a guy, a team play 3 quarters. I don't expect that to happen, but I think Matt Nagy, just by saying that's symbolic of a coach who is willing to adjust, and maybe that carries over to other parts of his coaching as well, and specifically offense and running the football.
Well, that would be the best policy here.
Hey guys, I'm going
How'd you like that?
to bring in Greg Braggs here. He's been collecting some questions from the chat. We'll pose those to Mark Grote and then let him loose. Greg, what do you got?
Well, we're gonna
Another guy.
Yeah,
Your buddy Greg.
They
Your
not
buddy
only
Greg.
they not only bring me in to blame me for audio issues, they bring me in for the chat room questions, Grody. So I appreciate your time. I'm really hoping that this year I can get to a game and yell to you like I do every game that Mark Grote, you are a legend. I'm gonna be upset if I'm not able to yell at you this year from the tunnel. It's gonna really irritate me. So from the chat room, we have a few.
Can you hear him, Grody? Mark, can you hear
I
him?
don't hear anything. No.
Oh, it's that
I
issue
don't
again.
hear him. Goodness.
Greg, sign out and come
Sorry,
back in.
This time I don't hear anything.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah.
no.
I knew you didn't hear him when you didn't laugh at his joke.
Well,
Yeah, I was
the thing is, none of us left.
So he was basically saying he's going to be pissed off if he can't be there come the season because of the COVID virus and be a fan in the tunnel screaming, Mark Grote is a legend. as he does every game.
Hey, I need that little ego boost every day, so I will miss that too. Trust me.
Can you hear me now, Mark?
Nope.
Yeah, barely. Not. It's better. Still really pretty bad.
Punching his stuff.
Do you remember Chris Farley?
Greg, sign out and come back in, okay?
Yeah.
Chris Farley had a kid. Barb Graham had a son. This is him. Tommy Boy comes on the show. I don't know what's going on with the typing in my ear. It's the weirdest.
There's some weird audio clicking.
Yeah, there's some clicking.
I honestly thought Greg was
bad. It's like the
texting
rain picking
Jenny.
Mark, while we wait for Greg to hopefully come back on, there's been a lot going on in the sports media world in terms of layoffs. And today, CBS 2 laid off Pam Zeckman, the investigative reporter who has been there for a long, long time. She was there when I worked at CBS 2 back in the 1980s. And so she's been just top notch. And we've seen, layoffs happen all over town with great sports reporters and stuff. This has to be a really trying time for the sports media industry, just like it is for everybody else. Do you care to comment on what's going on in Chicago sports media world?
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible and it's scary, and none of us has immunity to it. I'm not immune to losing my job, so I mean, I feel that fear every day, and unfortunately, I've had 4 of my colleagues have lost their jobs as well, as they did some purging, a few weeks back, or maybe more like a month ago now. I did see all the stuff over at Channel 2 as well. I know Megan Mawaki was one of those as well, who apparently took the hit. She was somebody who covered a ton of Bears, and somebody who was a really super talented, awesome reporter as well. So, yeah, I don't like to see anybody losing their jobs. It makes me sad, but let alone people that I know and that are in this business. And it just, unfortunately, it makes sense. There ain't no sports right now, so people ain't buying anything. So it's a tough spot that we're all in. So it's kind of like that push and pull. It's like, I want sports back badly. I don't want it to come back at the expense of lives, but it makes for a very conflicting feeling, really.
Yeah, no doubt. Greg,
so I'm back. Can you hear me, Mark?
All right, a little bit better. Yeah, I think I can hear you through the crackle this time.
Man, I don't know. I don't think it's me, but I guess it might be. Who knows? But if you can hear me, Mark.
No, we're still going on when you left.
I can hear you.
All right, good. As long as you can hear me. We had some questions in the chat, and I definitely want to get them out because these guys, in the chat are always hanging out. They would definitely appreciate your time with us. And Michael Catanzaro wants to know, with all this Mitch Trubisky talk, and we heard it a little bit with Josh Woods, in our previous interview, he was talking about there's a lot of variables that go into winning. What Michael Catanzaro wants to know is, how much could we have really expected out of Mitch in 2019 when you consider the supporting cast, as you said, with David Montgomery not being able to get things done with all the elements around him? Mitch is, had to be a victim of that same kind of stuff. How much do you think we really could have reasonably expected out of him, given all the circumstances surrounding the team?
Yeah, there were some disadvantages that he had in that regard. We talked about the struggles with the offensive line as well. Also talked about the struggles with, Anthony Miller at times in his second year, and that really Allen Robinson was his most viable option. Tariq Cohen was not as big a part of the offense. So, yeah, there were some struggles. He was also told to be more of a pocket quarterback, and he didn't feel like he had the same kind of freedom and running that he did in 2018. But I will say this, the Bears have been very loud at telling Trubisky what he needs to get better at, and one of those is, reading defenses and finding the guy that is open. And he has not mastered that. He's not mastered the things offensively yet that they have asked him to, that they have quite frankly expected him to master, whether it's reading defenses, whether it's getting the offensive line in the right set, whether it's making the right choice on a run pass option. There are things that they expected him to do that he has not mastered yet. But so I think there's a little bit of both in terms of where his development is or where it may have been, stunted or slowed down a little bit in year 2.
Hey, Mark, because of the audio problems, and I'm sure it's Greg's fault, even though it probably isn't, we're going to blame him anyways. So we're going to let you go and tell you that we truly appreciate your time with us, and we hope to have you back real soon, especially once we figure out our audio issues here.
No problem, guys. Thanks for having me on, and I'll talk to you soon, all right?
Okay, brother.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you so
bye,
much,
guys.
Mark. You're the best,
You're
man.
welcome.
We appreciate
Take care,
you.
Take care.
Yep. I don't know. It could have
think-
been him.
I think our friends in the chat room properly diagnosed the problem is that because he did not have headsets or earbuds, he's probably picking up an echo from his phone. And so we have to
So you blamed me. So you have to blame me as the fall
Well,
guy.
of course. We're not going to blame the guest.
No, you keep it 100. You blame Grody. And then you yell at him. That's what you do.
Are you fucking cunt?
No, don't play that. Don't.
Jesus, Greg.
I did not say that.
Legend,
That
then
was
5
a
seconds later,
drop.
call him a cunt.
That wasn't even a drop. That was a private audio. That
No.
Phil. Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. This was a private audio? Who were you calling that?
I was calling Phil that.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm getting yelled at.
Damn it.
You really looked like you were lying there. You turned away. You went like.
No, I got yelled at. I can't be yelling too much.
I see. Because I called Phil that. You look really guilty of
I think he was talking about you, Aldo. That's the truth. So he's hypocritically blaming Phil, but he was talking about you when we're blaming him. You're the fall guy. I mean, just be that guy and embrace it.
I didn't argue as it was happening.
Exactly. You were you were like a cuddly teddy bear.
I'm good now. I got the fastest internet in the West. I got, I got the best setup. Yeah, in the region. That's right.
You are.
All the way from here, all the way to the Sunshine State of California.
No. You said the Sunshine State of San Diego, you asshole.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
San Diego is a part of the
No,
Sunshine
you said
State.
he's out in the Sunshine State. He's out in San Diego.
Who knows? How does he? Oh, Greg. I love you, Greg. It's okay. We're going to be all right.
Now, here's what I want to do now. Before we're going to finish the show with shout outs as we always do. And then prior to that, we're going to do tweets of the week. But first, we got to get back to this issue regarding the jersey issue. And our great friend, Dan Aguirre, submitted this audio commentary, which I helped visualize a little bit. So we're going to play that and then comment on the other end. Let's see if I've got the right one here. Yes, here it goes.
I guess you can consider this a mini rant, because I don't know what the fuck is going on in the barn room these days. Multiple personalities are wearing other teams' jerseys, or at the very least have players from other teams. John Elway was, I thought, the best quarterback that I ever saw play. I loved Elway. However, I own no Denver Broncos John Elway gear, nor would I ever wear a John Elway jersey, and I loved him. When they beat Green Bay in Super Bowl 32 and he was carried off the field, I felt like I was being carried off the field. Now, of course, all that goes back to his first 3 Super Bowl losses, but in addition, I saw Mike Holmgren walking off the field with tears in his eyes. That brought me unmitigated joy. And they were supposed to win big, and Brett Favre lost. It was great. The argument that Favre was so good and the Bears quarterbacks during this era were no good, so therefore you got to like Favre, I don't see it that way. Favre, to me, when they won 10 games in a row against us, he was the guy that was hitting us in the fucking mouth. And I'm not just going to acquiesce and go with the other team because they're beating us. That would be like Jordan saying, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to go play with Isaiah. That's what LeBron would have done. But you can't like fucking Favre. Fat Mike, what would you do if someone said to you now, well, Trubisky's, he's not that good. I think I like Aaron Rodgers. How would that make you feel? I have an Aaron Rodgers jersey. You'd be like, oh, you're not a fucking Bears fan. I mean, look, Jim McMahon played for the 1993 Minnesota Vikings and beat us both times, by the way. And both times I was rooting for the Chicago Bears, which is part of the reason I could never play fantasy football, because I don't want to have to be rooting for the other team. I hope we win today, but goddamn, if Rodgers throws 3 picks, that'll help my team. Fuck all that. I don't do shit like that. I root for the Bears. I would not wear a Jim McMahon 1993 Minnesota Vikings jersey. I do have two Bears jerseys, the navy one and the white one of Jim McMahon, but they're both Bears jerseys. McMahon won a Super Bowl after Super Bowl 31 with Green Bay. They went to the White House and McMahon wore his Bears jersey, because not even Jim McMahon would wear a Packers jersey outside of the fucking stadium, Mike. And he had the organization was shitty to McMahon. And then brags. I hear he's got a Barry Sanders jersey. Preface. If Barry had broken or eclipsed Walter's record, I would have felt better about it. I mean, you'd be like, well, yeah, that motherfucker deserved it. And he was right there. He could have done it had he not retired. I respected Barry because he had played with subpar offensive lines and like Walter did early in his career, and a lot of it was his individual greatness. Conversely, Emmitt Smith, when his offensive line got average, he got average. So I feel still somewhat salty about Emmitt being the NFL's all-time leading rusher. Again, I even sort of rooted for Barry in the 1991 NFC Championship game in Detroit, because I hated that Washington team that was, 14-2 and won the Super Bowl, beat the Bears in Week 6. But how could you wear a Barry Sanders jersey? This is the guy. The Bears had a lot of games where they stopped him. But I can think of Thanksgiving Day 97 where he ran for 444 yards. Not literally, but you get the point. He single-handedly, again, defeated the Bears that day after Chicago had a 17-3 lead. So how could you wear a Barry Sanders jersey? I don't understand. It's antithetical to everything in my DNA to wear other team shit. So I get it. You like Brett Favre or Barry Sanders. I can't admire the guy that's hitting us in the mouth. No. I just can't. I want to beat him. I don't want to suck his dick and wear his jersey.
No. Hell no. No. I refuse. No.
That was great.
It's Dan Aguirre, the historian, the voice of Bears Barroom. You know, he always brings it in an interesting perspective, whether we agree with him or not. He's down on Khalil Mack, but he always presents his argument in an interesting way. And in that particular instance regarding the jersey, I agree with every single fucking word that he said, and I'm ashamed that I called Greg Braggs my friend.
I go to Dan. I go.
It's okay.
Hold on.
He said Greg Braggs. He didn't say Phil.
Pause.
He said,
I want to set this up.
All right. This could be a long setup.
Dan hears about Fat Mike from me and Shane, and obviously you heard the voice message just live on the air last week. So then Dan is so fired up about this, he wants to speak on Fat Mike again. And I said, oh, but did you hear that Greg Braggs has a Barry Sanders jersey too? He owns it. And he goes, that motherfucker still brags at me about everything I've sent him, and now he's got a fucking Barry Sanders jersey. I go, what would be great is if you gave us a few comments, and I'll send them over to Aldo to send to Greg on the air. And that beautiful thing that Aldo put together is setting the stage for your comeback to Dan Aguirre, Greg.
Yeah. Well, I do think it's interesting that Dan can draw a line from it's not okay to own a Barry Sanders jersey, which, by the way, I was given to. I asked for it for one, but I was 9 years old when I received it. A little different than
you can't use that as an excuse. Somebody bought it for me, but I did ask for it.
No. I'm not gonna lie about it. But I'm not wearing it. Fat Mike's wearing it right now at the age of 32 or whatever. I own it. It's still in my closet because I don't throw away things. But I'm not wearing Barry Sanders jerseys around and taking pictures of myself, putting them on Twitter. So it's a little different. But two,
you should have told me that before I spent 45 minutes looking through your Facebook account of you wearing that fucking Barry Sanders.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time. Now, Hey, I fuck Dan. I'll go put it on right now. I got it upstairs in the fucking closet. Barry Sanders is an all-time great
Don't do it.
quarterback.
That didn't work out well for Fat Mike.
I'm not
You
going
might
to
not want
because I don't need the
that.
freaking. But I'm not ashamed of the jersey I own. But I do think it's funny that Dan says, "Oh, you can't wear a jersey. You should be ashamed of yourself." But it's okay to root for the Lions in the fucking playoffs. So what's the difference here? Now, okay, so you guys can draw the lines on what's okay to be a fan and what's not okay. Because if I'm not rooting for the fucking Vikings or the Packers. That's when the Bears aren't in the playoffs. I'm rooting for whoever's playing the team that won our division. That's what I'm rooting for.
And notice, I didn't say any of this, Dan. This is all Greg.
Well, I'm just saying. We're all gonna draw our fan lines in the sands. Everyone can fan how you want to fan. You guys want to say you only own jerseys on one side of the fence. All this stuff. Like I said, if you're gonna make me pack Mike, I will. But I would never go as far to own a Brett Favre jersey. Nor was he would never even enter the realm of being.
What are you gonna do if it doesn't work out with Mitch and he ends up in Green Bay?
What does that have to do with anything? That's
You're gonna lose your mind. You're a Mitch homer.
The only time I ever almost lost my mind over something like that was when Devin Hester was reportedly looking at going to Green Bay before he went to Atlanta. I was seriously crying for like the whole week that there was a possibility that Devin Hester could wear a Green Bay Packers jersey. It literally was like bringing me to tears. And when he signed at Atlanta, I could not be happier. And guess what? When he played for Atlanta, I cheered every snap that Devin Hester played for the Atlanta Falcons. Because I don't just cut bait with guys that I rooted for for 10 years just like that on a whim. I don't do it. I don't do it. You can do that and be all cold. That's great. I draw my fan lines different, and I root for Devin Hester until the day he dies. I'm rooting for him right now to, mold his kids.
I'm rooting for him now. I didn't root for him in Atlanta.
I rooted for him like hell. And when he broke the record,
Seattle.
I rooted for him like hell. And when he went to the podium after he broke the record and ripped Jay Cutler's ass, I rooted for that too because I enjoyed the honesty. So I root for guys. It doesn't necessarily have to always be in it. I think people, just like I said, fans have different lines. My line is definitely before a Favre jersey. Obviously, others' lines are before that. Your guys' line is, how about you guys? Were you rooting for the Lions in 1991 in the playoffs?
I don't root.
So fuck Dan. He ain't a real fan. He's rooting for.
I'll watch all the games. I root for nobody.
Hey, let me tell you something. I have always, up until I started playing fantasy football, I never fucking gave a shit about any other game on the NFL schedule. Didn't give a goddamn shit. I would watch the Super Bowl only because it was entertainment and partying and so forth. But if it wasn't Bears related, I didn't give a fucking shit about any other game. Fantasy football, like Dan said, sucked me into watching games. I started to appreciate the league a little bit more, but I also felt fucking dirty because here
the same way.
I needed a fucking sack from the defensive line from the opposing team.
I agree. I think it changed the way fans watch football today. My first 2 years of fantasy football, my team name was I Hate Fantasy Football, and it was for the exact same reasons you're saying. You're watching a game and you're
rooting. I might start a team and name it that.
Your rooting interests totally start to change. Even if you are dead fast against it, you're starting to root for guys to score certain touchdowns even against your own team but lose, and it becomes so convoluted. And then there's people that have multiple teams and it gets even worse from there. I'm completely on the same page with you. And like I said, when I got my Barry Sanders jersey, that was well before fantasy football. I honestly, I guess it is the same thing with Pack Mike with Favre. For me in the 90s, I loved the Bears. They weren't really doing that much for me as a competitive football team. The Bulls were doing that every year in the 90s. That was a lot of fun. Everyone got to see that on display last
Do you have a Jordan Wizards jersey?
I do not. I also wasn't that mad when he was on the Wizards. I rooted for him.
I fucking was.
I liked seeing him play. The day he came back to Chicago was the same day as the Bears playoff game.
They lost to the fucking Eagles.
But yeah, I'm telling you, Barry Sanders blew my mind. Watching him play was
all these excuses now. The reality is, if you get I got a Junior Seau autographed jersey. I gave that to someone who loves the Chargers because that's not my team. Your loyalty, I don't give a fuck about fantasy football.
So stupid, Phil.
I do the fantasy football.
That's great.
And I have no fucking loyalty to it because I'm watching the fucking Bears.
I go to fucking every camp for 20 years, go to every fucking game, talk to all these, and you guys want to talk about if you own a signed Junior Seau jersey means whether or not you're a fan. It's stupid.
You guys,
it's stupid.
I said it. I said it. I didn't keep it. I gave it to someone who loves the Chargers. How is that dumb?
Well, that's a nice gesture, but if you think that owning a Junior Seau signed jersey is like some indictment against your fanhood,
he didn't say that though, did he? He didn't say that.
What did he say?
But
You're fucking going over the fucking top, taking shit personal.
No, you're insinuating. You're using that as an example of how you only stick to Bears.
I don't have a fucking. When I was a kid, I had a Tony Dorsett jersey. I was reminded of that my grandmother got at a tag sale. Okay, I wore that because it was a football jersey. That was before me knowing. So I'm trying to keep it totally transparent. But now my whole wardrobe belongs to the fucking Bears. If the fantasy fucking league that I'm in affects my fandom somehow, some way, then you're not a fan. You're not.
Come on, you're talking to the guy that drafted Jordan Howard in fantasy draft with his first round pick.
Everybody comes to terms with how they become a fan. And I mean, when I was a kid, I used to think that when you were a kid that you should be a fan of where you are from. I used to not like people that were at my school. People that were at my school that were Packer fans. I couldn't stand it.
You get the Barry Sanders
you ever met the kid at school that was a Cowboy fan, a Yankee fan, and a UCLA fan? And I couldn't stand those people.
Those were front runners, though. That's a different story. If I'm in Connecticut cheering for the Bears through all the fucking losing and misery of fucking Peter Tom Willis, Moses Moreno, fuckers. I lived it. Everybody in the neighborhood, the fucking city, everybody thinks of the Bears. They think of Phil Latosha. That's my area. Phil must be pissed. Before texting, before any of that, because I wear it on my fucking sleeve. To be in your corner, Greg, before you got your ball hairs burnt, what year did you get the Barry Sanders shirt? How old were you? 8?
I was a kid. I can't remember. I was probably in like 98. The story of it went. My uncle asked what he said he was getting. I don't remember. It was like 8 to 10. He asked me if he wanted to get me an NFL jersey, and I said, yeah, I'd like. Barry Sanders was my favorite player in the NFL. I'm not ashamed to admit that he was. He was
before you understood the fandom of it.
No, I was diehard. I couldn't.
No, you're not diehard if you're
not like I am now. But I was loyal to sports. I didn't play football growing up, so
I'm
it was
a huge
different.
Bulls fan. Give me a Lambeer jersey, Uncle Mike.
Hey, when we were kids, like I said on the last 100 Proof, I had plenty of other NBA jerseys, not Bulls related. We definitely are different in that. I'm sorry.
See this guy on the bottom of the screen, Quentin Botha. I'm trying to say it right. He's from South Africa.
Right.
His loyalty is for the fucking Bears in South Africa. He is not buying the fucking best quarterback in Tom Brady's jersey right now, wearing that shit around. I guarantee this is the reality of what your difference is versus Mike's.
All right, ask Greg this. Greg, who's the best running back in the history of the NFL? So you just answered it for us right there, because now.
Oh my God!
I never watched Walter play. Dan sent me a bunch of DVDs, but I never watched Walter. I never got to go to Platteville and see him at camp. I never got to go. Why am I going to speak? I'm not going to argue if somebody says he's better than Barry, but I can't confirm or deny. Who I saw was Barry. He's unlike any player we will ever see in the NFL again.
So,
do you disagree with that, Shane?
Phil,
is there anybody in the league that will ever be like Barry Sanders. I've never seen. There's no one. I get Walter is the greatest.
You've obviously
Bear.
never seen Garrett Wolf play. I'm a fucking Bears fan.
Garrett was amazing.
God, D, you're fucked out.
I'm sorry.
It's ready.
Barry Aldo, let me ask you this, because I know you're upset about this, but if Barry Sanders had played his whole career with the Bears in the exact same era that Walter played with the Bears, how do you think it would have turned out for Barry? Good old Barry.
I don't give a fuck.
Well, I'm just saying, like, to sit here and say, like, I can't, I mean.
Listen, if anybody in my family ever came up to me and said, hey, you want a jersey? Never, ever would I pick a player from another team other than the Chicago Bears. Maybe it would be somebody from the Bulls. I'm a Dodgers fan. Never anybody away from a team that I hand my heart over to.
Well, hey,
ever.
You can continue to spank 9-year-old Greg. I don't really care. He was my favorite player back then. Like I said, I haven't bought a jersey.
Is there anything non-Chicago related in your little hut there?
No, everything that's in here is for teams I root for, with the exception of IU. Obviously, everyone knows how that. I still have my IU flag flying. If you want to make your jokes, feel free. But
hey, Greg, I'm proud of you, son.
Yeah, thank you.
You really know how to shut the fuck up.
Please.
Hey, I'm not going to lie. I could have lied. I could have never said I had a Barry Sanders jersey, or still do. The only jersey that I have bought in the last 10 years that is not a team that I root for was about 7 years ago, and I got a Steph Curry Davidson college jersey, and he signed it at the United Center. Does that make me not a Bulls fan? Does that make me? I put it on once.
I don't know.
You're a dick.
Greatest shooter to ever shoot a basketball, and I am the biggest Michael Jordan fan you'll ever fuck. Everybody's the biggest Michael Jordan fan. Guess who's the greatest shooter of all time? Steph Curry.
Well,
that's the same thing with me saying that Barry, God forbid, might have been a better running back than Walter.
It's not the same. If I was into autographs and I was
not a Bears fan,
I was into autographs and I was someplace like that and you got an autograph, whatever. I'm just saying I would never. You had somebody walk up to you and ask you what jersey you wanted, and you picked somebody.
You know what's funny is he actually got me a Deion Sanders jersey, and I was like, no, I wanted a Barry Sanders.
You're just dumb.
I know. I was like, no, I wanted a Barry Sanders jersey, and then the next day he brought the Barry.
I asked my son, he's 6, who's your favorite Bears player? What he says, Mitch Trubisky, Khalil Mack, and then he finishes every time. I have it on film. Walter Payton. Kid's never seen him. He's just seen the highlights.
Ask him who his favorite uncle is. It ain't gonna be Greg. I'll tell you that.
But the reality is, what Walter did makes him the best football player that's ever walked the planet Earth, and that's really the reality. That's pretty shameful in regards to you, who should seek out the history of what this guy is, because it is your team. It is, and that's just me keeping it 100 with you.
I've seen the highlights. Dan sent me a bunch of DVDs.
Dan,
he never answered.
Games.
He never answered. Who is the greatest running back in the history of the NFL, Greg?
Well, this is an objective question.
No, you can just answer it.
Subjective question.
Answer it.
I'm sorry.
Greg.
No, you're trying to get me burned on here by the meatballs in the comments and Aldo flipping out.
It's a legitimate question.
Fine.
All right, wait,
In my opinion,
don't answer.
Barry Sanders is the greatest running back in NFL history. I'm sorry.
There you go. It's on the record.
Kick rocks. What he did to me in the NFL and in college football defied logic. And for me, it's all I can really speak on because I watched his whole career, play out. I didn't get to see any of Walter Payton's career. So again, I'm not as informed
what if he played for the
somebody
Packers?
Else. I'm sorry. To me,
I don't agree at all.
To me, in the 90s, I don't know how I would have felt if he was in the green and yellow. Maybe it was different because I didn't look at the Lions as a threat as much, or like as much as a rival back then. But it really wasn't that. He was just so unbelievable. I'm a kid. I'm playing video games. I really love Barry Sanders. That was it. It wasn't any kind of. This is there's a lot of people out there that are like me in that way, and he
Mike
just
and Greg
every Thanksgiving because we didn't have direct TV back
so
then.
Let's break this. Phil, here's some tape never lies.
Yes.
Joe goes to a Bears Saints game to see Drew Brees. Greatest running back NFL history. Greg Bragg says Barry Sanders. Fat Mike has 3 Favre
You know what? For everybody, you two, and everybody in the chat,
my whole fucking show
pretending like you guys are like on some fan pedestal is a joke to me.
My whole show.
But Shane, the Bears were in freaking, and you work a lot. You wham, get the violin out. The Bears were down the street from your house, and you didn't go watch them play.
When?
I go to every freaking home game,
When?
and I don't care if my kid cries when I leave. I'm going. You're not stopping me. Shane, you got the Bears in Buffalo, and you didn't even go.
I've been to Buffalo to see the Bears play.
No, the last time. So don't give me this Bears fan crap. Because if you want to start playing the flex your fan muscles, we can do this.
You can't question my Bears integrity. I have it.
Well, like I said,
I never asked.
Then. If I lived where you lived, and the Bears very rarely were in my area, I'm
fucking 5.5, 6 hours away from Buffalo.
New York, then the Giants. How far are you from the Giants? Are you
6 hours?
God, so you live in the Niagara Falls.
In the vicinity.
I'm sorry, Jesus
you
Christ.
live 45 minutes. You just said yourself you hated people that root for teams from another state, and always
I said
been
that
in
used
Indiana.
to be my original stance.
So then you should have never been a Bears fan.
I could never understand. No, to me, I live in the Chicagoland area. When I was growing up, we
Lady Bear
identified
said you're
with
a
Chicago.
bitch, and you're lying.
Lady Bear is a very nice lady, and I'm not going to say anything mean about her, even though you got me riled up.
Phil, can we remix this Shy Fans song this week?
I have to now because that was just connecting the dots.
I didn't have to be honest about 9-year-old Greg's, Barry
Our
Sanders.
show is a sham.
You can kiss my ass, okay? It's totally different than what Pac Mike is up to lately, okay? So
the Barflies are going to.
Dan can kiss my ass too, rooting for the damn Lions in the playoffs. I've never rooted for
July 4th.
I'm muting up. Fuck you guys.
July 4th. What week is that? That week, Aldo. That show, I want 4 Barflies. Come on and we'll have Fat Mike and Greg, and you have plenty of time to prepare your defense. And we'll get some Barflies that are super Barflies.
Hold on a second. Look at Greg. He's trying to find the answer to the question that's on the screen.
And I'm reading this stupid chat. I haven't looked at the chat in 10 minutes because I'm so pissed off. You guys have tried to turn this completely around on me. I ain't looking at shit. I still own. I had a Marcus Robinson jersey for freaking 25 years. I just got it signed.
Yeah, when he played for the Ravens.
No, I got it when he was on the Bears. I used to tell people he was going to be better than Randy Moss.
Wait, this is the best way to handle this. Barflies.
Yes.
Take this debate to Twitter about Greg and the Barry Sanders jersey and his Bears fandom.
No, kiss my ass. We get it. We get it.
Just take it to Twitter.
No, because we're going to lump it in with there's context. There's context.
Waddle and Sylvie.
No. Kiss my ass. No, there's context. I'm not
George just texted me. He knew this was happening 6 hours ago. He's already tweeted it out.
No, there's context. I don't care what anybody says. You own a Bills fucking blanket. I don't care how you got it.
I donated it. I donated it.
Oh, yeah.
I
just
did.
like Phil, to the same guy Phil.
I did. It's a goodwill.
I kept it 100 with you. I've met so many NFL players. I said it last show. Brian Sipe is picking me up, and Mike Pruitt, former running back for the Browns. I'm in that locker room. They're celebrating. You would think a young fan would just, hey, I'm going to go with the Browns. That's
so, Phil, what does Greg always say? He loves how Chubbs fires everybody up. Chubbs, make this your passion. Take this to Twitter. Tag Greg Drags and see where this goes. Chubbs, make it your mission.
Yeah. Yeah, see where
Chuck,
it
you
goes,
make that
Jones.
happen, we'll get you on the show to talk.
There is context.
You will never get
There is
another
context.
comment of the.
In Greg's defense, there is context in regards to it, but there's that piece where your uncle asked you what jersey. I mean, I don't know. Like you were a front runner. You were a front runner. That's what you're saying. You were the same thing you hated.
What year
about
was
other
that, Greg?
people.
What year was that?
You were that at that point.
I don't remember, but if I had to guess,
8 or
like
9.
98. It was when my grandma died.
98
It was
twice.
when my grandma died.
Oh,
So
he's going
I'm gonna go.
My grandma died.
Yeah, it was when my grandma died.
My
Okay,
grandma.
and everybody, all the family was in town arguing about where everything's gonna go, and they asked me.
I told
Uncle
you,
Bob, God rest his soul. He asked me, "What jersey do I want?" And in that very moment, Barry Sanders, I couldn't take it. How amazing he was! Every day I'd turn on Sports Center, and he would do things that I've never seen any football player do, and I've never seen to this day.
Greg, who's the second best running back in the history of the NFL? The David Tomlinson's fucking great, guys. I mean,
I'll give it to Walter. No, I'll give it to Walter.
How do you know? You never saw him play?
I never saw him play. That doesn't mean I can't have a complete opinion. Now, like I said,
So you can put him at number 2, but you can't put him at number 1.
Because you guys are going to tell me.
Here's Barroom breaking news.
Bears Barroom. Breaking news.
All right, so I have to cut in here as the president of Bears Barroom to announce that the Fat Pack show and fans lying in the stands has been canceled from the Bears Barroom Radio Network.
Yep.
And we are now looking for
boys
to replace our Monday.
Brother.
Now you guys can talk about wrestling full time, fuckhead.
Yes. Yes.
Man oh man, Greg. Man oh man, Greg.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Is Aldo's mom weighing in on this? What do you think of Greg?
He's a fucking idiot.
Tell him, Mama.
Barb's in the chat right now. Shane,
Barb's
mind your
embarrassed.
manners, sir. She's
Barb's embarrassed.
not gonna like all
I
this
bet you Barb
harassing.
doesn't have a Detroit Lions jersey.
That's right.
Barb knows loyalty.
Anything
Starts
I
with a
own,
L.
is my mom. My mom can have anything I have, so she owns a Lions jersey too.
People are already putting in their resumes for auditions, Aldo.
Yeah, and I am taking them. Trust me, because something has to change here.
So, Greg, if your family member brought Addie over a jersey of, let's say,
Steph Curry.
No. Trying
Barry
to think.
Sanders.
No,
Let her wear it.
Aaron Rodgers.
No. Like I said, I have lines. You act like I'm some kind of psychotic person.
What if
that would
it
wear a
was
Brett
Matthew
Favre jersey.
Stafford?
No.
Matthew Stafford.
No.
Jay Cutler.
I have changed very much on how much I don't like the Lions in the last 20 years. For sure.
Would you wear a Jerry Rice jersey? That's a good question. Jerry
mean,
Rice, the greatest receiver.
Honestly, going back to the division rivals, if you want to rank wide receivers, I'm more of a Moss guy than a Jerry Rice guy. And I saw the second half of Jerry Rice's career.
I think he's the greatest wide receiver ever, but I would never.
I think you go back with Fat Mike. You build your defense.
Now I would never own a Randy Moss jersey.
I do. You go back with Fat Mike, like Phil said. You guys can go fuck yourself.
See, I just think Favre doesn't reach that precipice. That's why I said I know you guys have your staunch.
That's a
line of
solid
Bears
word
only.
choice there. Precipice.
Yeah, right,
I like that.
For me, I can't go. That's a bridge too far. But to me, Barry Sanders superseded that because of how rare he was. Brett Favre's not rare. He has the most interceptions of all time, and he's on our rival, our lifelong rival. So that's too many dings. Brett Favre sucks. If you want to pick a quarterback to admire, why not one that has won more than one Super Bowl and thrown the most picks in NFL history? I don't know. For me, like I said, I'm not. Would I have bought a Barry Sanders jersey now as a 34-year-old and not a 9-year-old? Probably not. I would just appreciate his greatness from afar and not go out of my way to buy it unless I was gonna get it signed because I'm a jersey signing junkie. That's it. But I do draw the line a little harder. Like I said, Steph Curry was the last one and the only one in the last 20 years. You guys, your line is insane. It's a little too hard line for even me. And I consider myself a diehard.
Oh, you think we're crazy?
I just think that
we do a 6-hour podcast on Wednesday nights about the Chicago Bears. Imagine thinking that we're not.
Hey, and that's what I mean. And every fan thinks they're the biggest.
Can you get that breaking news drop again, Aldo?
Exactly.
I think there's a lot of people that listen to the show that would like to break news and chime in and feel the same way as what we're saying, Greg. So we're trying to teach you how you might have to raise Addy. That you can't. Back then, maybe your dad, wasn't there, or somebody, your uncle didn't teach you. Your
Greg's
mom,
down 17 followers in the last 13 minutes on Twitter. I've been keeping track.
I lost 5,000 in a day, so I'll be okay.
That was your own fault.
Loyalty to the jersey, to the team. That's the only way I've ever bred it. I live it, and that you heard Josh Woods at the top of the show talk about it, even as himself. I mean, I think the only excuse would be if you had a son or somehow your daughter's coaching with a team that you can bridge that gap, that huge gap for another player of any sort. I live in New England. I've been on the record here. There's no fucking way Montana is even in the stratosphere of Tom Brady in my mind. He's the GOAT.
Ryan Cox starting the hashtag unfollow Brags on Twitter.
Phil, how old were you when you picked, because your story goes that you became a Bears fan because your dad asked you to pick.
I was in the third grade.
Third grade. So were you watching
1974.
Football? Were you watching football before then?
I was watching football all the time.
So but you hadn't really picked a team. You were just watching, cheering for everybody. You were yellow bellied until you were in third grade, and then you finally picked a team.
Correct.
Because I was born a Bears fan.
How old are third graders normally?
I'm a pure blood.
Well, my son's
like
9,
in the vampire world. In the vampire world, there's some vampires that are born a vampire, and then there's other vampires that have to be bitten to become a vampire. That's what you are, Phil. I was born a vampire.
I was born. My son is
8 years old. You said you asked for and I just confirmed with my wife. I was 8 years old when my father asked me to watch this tape of running backs in the NFL at the time. NFL Films presents Great Backs of the NFL. I watched it. I picked Walter Payton. He did not tell me, you need to root for the Bears or the Giants or the Patriots or the Jets. Mind you, in this world that I live in, my uncle was coaching the Jets, Uncle Larry Pasquale, and my other uncle was the head coach of the Cleveland Browns at the time. So I'm there, and my father's the head coach of the high school team here in Connecticut, and I'm just a football maniac. So I'm watching this, and I picked that guy. That turned into a 42-year long love affair with the franchise known as the Chicago Bears.
That's nice.
And that's how it is.
Here's the kill shot. Phil, Greg, you play Madden? You ever play Madden in your life?
My whole life.
Have you ever chose a team other than the Chicago Bears on Madden?
Never.
Okay.
Well, that is the God's honest truth.
I'm the same way.
Every game I play, and then growing up, it was the same way. That's how I knew I was a Cub fan growing up, even though we went to both Cubs and Sox games. But as I always played video games, I always played as the Cubs. Same as the Bears. I only play with the Bears. So so much like I'll own a Madden, and if they're not on the schedule for that season's Bears team, I won't even play that team. A good team on the game the whole year ever. I'll never have played, some team that's not on the Bears schedule. I only play whoever they play week to week.
put a bow on this. You stepped up a little bit there.
A little bit. Yeah, we'll give you a little bit of credit.
I'm in that same boat, no matter how bad
I don't need your
I'm
fan
just kidding. Well, on this show you do.
You picked Walter in third. You picked Walter in third grade. Hey, in third grade, I appreciated Barry Sanders and I got a jersey, but I still was stuck to the team that I was.
Who was your college football team in third grade?
Notre Dame has always been my college team, and when you're born in Indiana,
what about in
especially this
basketball?
part, you fuck. I'm not even gonna get into it. I'm not even gonna talk about the basketball stuff because people get annoyed that I bring up Purdue so much. Yeah, I love rooting for my friends. I'm sorry.
Well, Sandlin's your friend. He was an IU. He's an IU. His son goes to IU. You used to be an IU fan, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, listen.
I'm reading Sandlin down there. I can't. I'm too hard to pay attention to everything.
The week after July 4th, that'll be the Fat Mike Greg Bragg's presentation. They can come on. We'll have Judge.
You're gonna beat this horse some more? It's fucking dead.
People love it.
Welcome to 100 Proof. Yeah, Dan Aguirre is going to be the judge.
Dan Aguirre is going to come on and judge. He will play fairly.
Okay, go ahead. It's your show.
He will play fairly.
No, I'm talking too much. It's your show.
Thank you, Greg. You are dead wrong. Sandlin's right. Walter Payton, not only the best running back of all time, but the best football player to ever put on the pads. Ever.
I agree,
It's not
Phil.
even fucking close. It's what he did on a football field. You can't even comprehend. And he was doing it in regards to having nobody.
Josh Woods just
around
texted
him.
me and said, "Is this the motherfucker that was on the show with us talking this shit?"
He's gonna come over.
He can let everybody in the locker room know.
Hey,
fuck Brags, he said.
Hey, I got some bones to pick with some of Josh's answers too on some things relating to Club Dub. That was what I was about to get into, but I like I said, it's not.
Hey, Greg. What year did Barry Sanders join the NFL? Was it
1987?
Nope.
1988?
No. 89.
1989. In 1980,
sounds like a real fan, doesn't it, Aldo?
Yeah, really.
Sorry, I was freaking 4.
In 1989, Neil Anderson of the Chicago Bears rushed for 1,275 yards. He scored 11 touchdowns. He caught 58 passes for 434 yards. He was one of the best players in the NFL. And yet, you were still sucking Barry Sanderson's cock?
No, this was in 1996 or something. So, or whenever we had Curtis Enos.
So 94, you would be 8.
So you didn't like the Ultra Back? That was the year of the Ultra Back, 96. Right?
They just weren't doing it for me, I guess.
So you bounced.
Greg bounced.
I didn't bounce. I just had a huge appreciation. It's just like my.
Have
Steph
you ever
Curry,
pulled the
but I'm
Fat
not gonna
Mike and
explain
turned
this
off?
to you again.
Have you
Listen.
turned off the Bears game?
Like I said, I had one time in frustration did I turn off a
Oh
Bears
yeah,
game.
you did about
Was
the
that
Cincinnati
Bengals
game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Other than that, no. I'm one of those.
It's because he
fans
was
that-
driving to the store to buy
Oh,
Chad
man.
Johnson jersey.
The night of the Monday Night Miracle, I had like 12 people over, and they all left at halftime, and I was drunk, and I was pissed off at all of them and pointing at them. I was like, if they fucking come back, I swear to God, you're never allowed over here again. You gutless, yellow-bellied fucking assholes.
let me ask
One of
you
them,
this.
when they left and the Bears won, I went to his house at midnight and woke his ass up and fucking just went crazy on him.
Let me ask you this, Greg. Before Stefanovic, when he was choosing his school, when he settled on Purdue, before you did the turncoat and ran to them, what was your reaction when he chose Purdue? Were you like, oh, fuck?
No, I was so fired up. I mean, that's an opportunity of a lifetime for anyone to get a big.
No. I'm talking about you personally. Where you're like, oh, fuck. Now I gotta change my allegiance.
Not at all. I mean, like I said, you're watching this kid in high school, and there was no thoughts of Big Ten. He had some offers at different schools that are D1, but nothing like Big Ten. So
when
Matt Painter showed up at one of his games, and it was exciting. You're like, oh man, this kid could have a shot to go to a Big Ten school. Hey, your rivalry, your silly little fan rivalry means nothing when opportunity like that comes for someone that you're friends with.
So will you go back to IU once he's in the league?
Yeah, obviously that's it.
What are you going to do if he goes to the Pistons?
When this first happened, that was, we joked, me and my buddy Josh Cavalcanti, huge IU fan. He didn't give up the stripes like I did. I did. He said more of a joke that we said, initially, we're on a 4-year deal. But I have to admit, these last couple of years as a season ticket holder and going to the games, and you don't just root for him, you root for the team, because that's the whole discussion we have with our friends. How can you root for him? Just root for him and not the team. It's a lot more convoluted than that. You can't just root for the person. You have to root for everyone around him because their success is his success. So then all of a sudden you find yourself rooting for them.
So you like Barry Sanders' offensive line then too, is what you're saying?
No, I was pissed.
That's what you just said though. His success is based off others.
I'm saying I was pissed that they.
So you're lying.
That they wouldn't block for him. You're twisting my words, silly Shane. And that's what I'm saying. Being a fan is, not as simple as you guys make it. Everyone has different lines. And, as my good buddy Tom Waddle says, you want to fan how you want to fan, go right ahead. And that's your God-given right. Everyone is allowed to fan. Okay, so a lot of people, especially on Twitter, you'll see it sometimes. And even before that, you'd be at bars. Everyone tries to act like they're the biggest fan or the smartest fan. And I could run around acting like I'm such a bigger fan than you because I do all this. I go to all these. I'm not. Doesn't make me a fucking bigger fan. And I don't just because somebody owns a certain jersey. Fat Mike is silly for that. No doubt. He should be
next
dragged.
Week on 100 Proof when Jarrett Payton comes on, we're going to have this conversation with him.
And if you make me tell Jarrett Payton that I will kill you.
That's a given.
I will kill you.
Okay? That's a given.
Thank you, Aldo. Bear Truth was correct.
Bear Truth 9 is Greg's public relations director.
He was digging that whole Mo.
And he repeatedly told them, Greg, say no comment. Greg, say no comment. Greg, divert. And Greg wouldn't listen. And so finally, Bear Truth 9 sent me $20 and said, just pull the plug on this motherfucker. And so that means we are going to move forward and do this. How about it?
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I ain't no motherfucking turncoat. Yeah.
He's not a complacent. He understands this virus is real and it does exist. He's also the guy who said Greg and Aldo suck and need to approve this vetting process. He's the smartest man. And now we might have to think again about Greg Braggs being on the show. Before I wrote this.
This is the part of the show where Shane Marsaw, the smartest man in the bar room and probably one of the smartest men in the globe, identifies for us a tweet of the week that he thinks is just so terrible it needs to be broadcast all over the world. We are in over 100 countries, and so here it comes. Shane Marsaw, what do you have?
We're going with bad, right?
We are going with bad.
So roll it, sir.
All right, so I am going to roll. Do you feel like you need any kind of an introduction here?
Well, yeah, I'll just set it up. I can't. Do you have the guy's name handy there?
His name is Andy Carlson. He is the host of the Vikings for the Win FTW podcast.
Yeah, I'm sure Greg is privy with the Vikings roster. Adrian Peterson was a good running back. But, yeah, he broke down the Bears roster, Andy did. So this is he's got some interesting comments on the Bears roster as we go. And we will play it for you and let you guys listen to it and react to his reaction, I guess.
Yes. And in all fairness to Andy, some of this is edited. We wanted to capture some of his negative comments, which there were plenty of.
We're looking at the Bears depth chart over at ourlads.com. Honestly, I sort of feel bad for Matt Nagy if he wasn't a complete nincompoop, but Ryan Pace is up there with being one of the worst general managers in the entire league. He really is absolutely atrocious at his job. He was the one who gave 3 years, $45 million to Mike Glennon. He was the one who traded up for Mitchell Trubisky Ponder at number 2 over Pat Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. He was the one who traded a 4th for Nick Foles when quarterbacks like Andy Dalton is.
Can you pause that right there, Aldo?
He signed up with the Cowboys.
So is it weird? Do you guys think it's weird that he's saying Mitch Trubisky Ponder? Does anybody remember who fucking drafted Christian Ponder in the first round?
The Minnesota Vikings.
Was it their current GM?
Yes, it was.
Rick Spielman? Okay.
Yes,
so
it was.
Yeah, start playing with this idiot again.
Cam Newton is still floating around. You tell me you'd rather trade and pay Nick Foles rather than Cam Newton? Okay.
Pause.
Yeah, but just let's look at this entire.
Yeah, all right. Let's take a quick poll here. What team is Cam Newton currently on? Does anybody know?
I don't think he's on a team.
Right. And he's also got more playoff success than the quarterback the Minnesota Vikings have overpaid. But all right, hit play.
See, we're in a Lions jersey now.
I'd love to invite this asshole on.
I love that it's so cutesy wootsy that you still list Trubisky Ponder as your starter, even though everyone knows you turned down his 5th-year option. Nick Foles is in town. BDN, he's going to take over big time. Yeah. Allen Robinson, respect. You didn't surround him with much. You do have Anthony Miller, who I like coming out of Memphis, except he can't stay healthy, work from the slot. You have Cordero Patterson listed as a starting wide receiver, which I love Cordero. I wish he was still in Minnesota. He's the greatest kick returner of all time. Respect.
Pause.
But, we're going
to. Andy. I'd love to kick you in the cunt right now, you dumbass. We're not. I understand where you're going with this, with the return game. And Devin Hester has more punt returns than kick returns. It all starts and ends with number 23 in Chicago. It just does.
He's the best kick returner ever.
He's the greatest return man in history. In history. Even Greg Braggs wouldn't fucking say that it's the guy Dante Hall, even though he's got a fucking jersey. I'm just saying, even Greg Braggs knows that it's Devin Hester.
It is ridiculous. If I can use a line from Joniak, that this fucking asshole can't understand that.
Oh, wait till Andy gets the Kyle Fuller.
Oh,
that one's gold.
I have not seen this yet, so
there we go.
Let's go.
Ted Ginn, the corpse of Ted Ginn. How old is Ted Ginn? 35, 2007. Oh, that's not even frame. There you go. 2007. I mean, wow. I mean, the rest of it is whatever. I mean, Riley Ridley, sure. Reggie Davis, no. This offensive line. So Charles Leno, respect. He's got the chin. So there you go. But your offensive line for the Bears.
He respects the worst.
Yeah, you could pause right there, Aldo. The one guy,
Jason Spriggs.
The one guy that everybody's upset with, this asshole's praising. So it tells you everything. You know what I mean? Cody Parkey? Yeah. I mean, kid's got a leg on him, you know? Thanks, Andy.
Leno, he's got that chin.
Yeah, got that fucking chin.
What's the chin? Yeah. Is that one of his cousins? Yeah. I'm so lost here.
Jeez.
He's got the chin.
Can we reach out to this dude and get him on the show?
Oh my God. Seriously.
I will reach out to Andy. I've been actually exchanged tweets with him over the years. So
Did you?
I think we're friendly. Yeah, just being friendly with the enemy. So
it's not gonna be friendly once he's here, but yeah, get him on.
Absolutely.
Holy shit.
All right, we'll move on.
So the Packers picked him up as a second-round pick coming out of Indiana, and just like,
he's talking about.
If you can't
Jason
beat out
Spriggs.
Brian Bulaga, man, that's rough. That is rough.
All right, stop right there. Yeah,
Bulaga.
He's banging on Jason Spriggs because he couldn't beat out Brian Bulaga, who's one of the I mean, oh my God.
This is an analyst?
Yeah, analyst.
He's an analyst.
Yeah, anal cyst.
An anal cyst. Exactly.
I like.
Oh my Lord.
I mean,
like it or not, Brian Bulaga is one of the best right tackles.
Exactly.
Oh
Exactly.
Ridiculous.
And he got paid this year too in LA for the Chargers.
He couldn't beat out anybody, but the Chargers just paid him a whopping load to help them.
Maybe he should concern himself with the shitty offensive line that wears purple for the team that is.
Did we sweep the Vikings, or is it me?
Oh yeah, Mitchell Trubisky Ponder kicks the shit out of him.
That's right.
I'm just remembering this.
And their starting quarterback is scared of our defense, and they're in his head. So that's odd, Andy, that you're not talking about that, you dumbass.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
We move on.
This is gold.
So they signed the corpse of Jimmy Graham away from the Packers, and they gave him a fully guaranteed contract and a no trade clause. Who the hell is trading for Jimmy Graham?
Probably the Vikings.
You throw in as like an extra. Oh, is guac extra? Yes, it is. Oh well, throw it in anyway. Right? It doesn't make any sense, right? And then you draft Cole Kmet, who was your first draft pick, where you still didn't have a first round pick because of the genius move to pick up Khalil Mack, which is great.
Okay.
Oh my God.
We have to stop there, right?
Oh
Exactly. Yeah.
It doesn't take
Talk
shame
about
to tell you to stop.
Yeah. Talk about being facetious. I mean, yeah. Listen, you got this fucking all pro that's headed to the Hall of Fame. Great fucking move, dumbasses. Meanwhile, Everson Griffith has every fucking issue in the world, and I'm not picking on mental health, but let's call a spade, right? You know what I mean? If you want to talk about everything, would you rather have Everson Griffith or fucking Khalil Mack? Whatever.
This guy's coming from a position that just their team paid this motherfucker Cousins, what, 90 million guaranteed? 90 million, and you're fucking throwing
they extended
stones?
him after. He talks about a fully guaranteed contract. They signed him for $84 million and guaranteed the whole fucking thing, and then extended him on top of that.
So they paid him even more.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about a chin. That's a Rennie Tin chin right there. What the fuck is this? I mean, oh my. Khalil Mack or Cousins. If you're a GM, anywhere. Anywhere. I don't care if you're fucking in the kickball league. You're taking Khalil Mack.
Yep.
Jesus.
Moving on.
And so you already had 9 tight ends on the roster. You cut one, so now you're back down to 9. So wow. Plus you're still hold on to Adam Shaheen out of Ashland, who may be one of the worst tight end draft picks in recent memory. Getting him in the second round when George Kittle goes a number of rounds later. Okay.
Pause.
Great.
George Kittle. This is one of my favorite arguments with George Kittle, and Bears fans make it all the time. Everybody makes it all the time. Hey, Andy, here's a little fucking tidbit for you to chew on a little bit. George Kittle went in round 5. That means your fucking team that you root for passed on him at least 5 times, you asshole. Your team. Do you think he's a better tight end than Kyle Rudolph? And, I don't know, every other fucking tight end you have on your roster?
Exactly.
But you're going to pick on you're going to bag Chicago about it? Yeah. Hey, I'll give him credit. He got one right. Adam Shaheen. He had a little problem getting the words out. I know Shaheen's a real tough name, but whatever. He got one right. So, Andy, you're
he's working. He's working.
Yeah.
He hit a base hit. He cleared one of his cysts.
There we go.
You're doing fine, honey. Awesome. Running back wise, so David Montgomery, liked him last year. Tariq Cohen, a nice change of pace back, sure. But man, the rest of it is like it's not looking great because you see the names in green. Those are the rookies coming in. You're not seeing a lot there. it is really, really rough. I mean, you drafted Leonard Floyd, and you thought that he was going to be the next Alden Smith. Well, I guess he was Alden Smith, and that he's out of football after his rookie contract. It's rough. And they're like, oh, hey,
he's actually on the Rams.
The absolute corpse of Robert Quinn. He was really good like 2 years ago.
Pause.
2 years ago.
This motherfucker, he's doubling up on bullshit.
Holy
dude's out. Leonard Floyd out of the league. Signed a $10 million contract with the Rams. Great job, Andy. We'll talk about that when you come on the show. The fucking corpse of Robert Quinn. So the fucking dead dude just fucking fell into double-digit sacks last year, the dead guy.
I don't know how you do it.
It's weird. It's weird.
Tell you what, he didn't do it wearing a Sanders jersey. I'll tell you that.
K, Andy. K.
Hun.
Yeah, K Hun.
K Hun. He also led the fucking league in pressures.
Yeah.
There, Rubberneck. How about that? He led the league in pressures. And he's going to play opposite Khalil Mack. Have you talked about that? Hun. Nothing to write home about. Shahin.
Could have had Kittle. Talk to me, Andy.
10 years ago, sign him up. Yeah, Robert Quinn and Kyle Long. Wait, no. Not Kyle Long, not Jake Long. Who's the other Long? The Chris Long. Nailed it. All right, yeah, Robert Quinn and Chris Long.
No.
They were studs with the Rams back when Sam Bradford was the quarterback. They were the stud edge rushers. And back when they were in St. Louis.
Pause.
God.
Let's bash Sam Bradford a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. The Minnesota Vikings sent a first-round draft pick to the Philadelphia Eagles for who, Phil? For who, Aldo?
Sam
Bradford. It's weird how Andy forgets this stuff. So odd. I'd love to ask him why.
I'd love to find out if Greg has a Sam Bradford jersey.
Probably does.
Oh, jeez.
That St. Louis is still paying for. Stan Kroenke's a criminal. All right. But yeah, Kyle Fuller. Kyle Fuller is a first-round pick that you declined his fifth-round fifth-year option, and then you just signed up anyway. So that looks great.
Oh, my God.
This dumbass is just showing his brilliance, which declining the fifth-year option was the correct move. Everybody knew it. And then they signed him to a long-term contract that Green Bay signed him to, a team in your division that you can't seem to win, Andy. And by the way, Kyle Fuller's a fucking all-pro.
Exactly.
Picks the fucking ball off. He's one of the best all-around fucking cornerbacks in the entire fucking league. Okay.
If memory serves me correctly, he's shutting fucking the Vikings down. He's shutting Thielen down. He's shutting your boy that left you for fucking Buffalo. Shutting his ass down. And EJ actually corrected. We're 4-0 against these fucks.
That's right.
We've beat him 4 straight times. This motherfucker's in his fucking clubhouse with Charlie Brown talking about this roster in such a way it's almost presidential in how he's sending these messages across.
You know how bad this is by Andy? This takes the focus off of Greg's forehead and how he just fucking butchered that last segment for us. So, Greg, you should be a big Andy Carlson fan.
All right, moving on.
Walter Payton, he's not good.
Bush, no. But you're bringing Artie Burns and Buster Skrine. Okay, sure. Kiki Mingo.
Okay. Buster Skrine was here last year, asshole.
Texans, bust.
Artie Burns, not a starter.
Bust. Yeah, didn't you learn your lesson with Leonard Floyd? The super skinny, get after a pass rush guys who just can't hold up against the run, and then frankly can't even hold up rushing the passer either. They're like, oh, let's get back on that horse. And then the rest of the roster is just like, I see a lot of green, you see a lot of rookies, you see a lot of college free. We're looking at the Bears depth chart over at ourlads.com. Honestly, I sort of feel bad for Matt.
I'm sorry.
The best part about this too is he is correlating having rookies on your team to you having a bad roster. I would love if somebody in the chat room could go look up to see who had the most draft picks in this past NFL draft? Because I know the answer. It's the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh my God.
They had the most draft picks. So there's going to be a whole lot of green on their fucking depth chart also.
Now, did he put fan breaking down the minutes? Like he did that himself, Al, or you put that graphic up? Aldo, in regards to this guy, the Minnesota guy talking. Did he put that fan breaking down Bears?
He did that.
Oh, okay.
That's part of his show.
At least he admits that because there's so much bias of stupidity. Forget the stupidity. There's so many
he's trying to be
bias.
Yeah. He's trying to be funny along the way, which he just makes himself look stupid. But
like if you're gonna do something like that, come from an analytical, honest approach. And it's like it's so sad to watch.
And don't let the team that you're fucking bagging on beat you 4 straight. And let's not forget you were fighting for your playoff lives against our backups.
Second stringers.
Against our backups. A lot of those green guys that you're making fun of. Right. Those were the guys that got smoked. You guys got boat raced at home. And then you extended the asshole that's taking the snaps. Great. Okay. Great job.
Okay.
So, Aldo, that is... it might be the dumbest tweet of the fucking decade, quite honestly.
That was bad. Put your name to it. I'm still trying to figure out the chin thing.
Yeah, it's weird.
Harley Chin.
I'm not sure either. Did we lose our fearless leader?
We might have lost him.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is. You were trying to come back?
I have a little technical problem here.
Oh, okay.
That I'm trying to correct.
What? You kicked Greg off the show? Problem?
No, I think
did Greg leave? He's like, God
dude,
damn it!
Sitting in the green. Oh, there he is. Now he's leaving.
Look.
No, I ain't talking to you guys. Fuck you.
He's on a timeout.
I ain't fucking talking to you. You can talk to the fucking wall. Fucking cunt. Fuck you.
I love that guy.
I liked it better when I was fucking backstage. Kiss
That
my
was
ass.
the worst tweet, Greg. What did you think of that?
He's taking heat off your forehead. You should be happy.
Helping you. Double down on his click.
I like that guy. We need to bring him on.
Yeah.
Bring him on next.
Let him take the heat, right?
Greg, who's a better running back, Adrian Peterson or Walter Payton?
Walter.
Yeah.
By that point, I had watched Dan Aguirre's DVDs of the video game. When he said in the open, like Phil's awesome open he put together with the video and everything, Dan talking about how he offered Fat Mike games right off the bat. He talks about these like they're drugs, like he's got like drugs hidden away. He's like, I offered him games, and I'm like, oh, I see how it is, Dan. You just offer up the games right away. It's nothing. It's not like that you're offering them to somebody important, like I'm a close friend. You just offer them up right away. He gets mad at me because I haven't watched him yet, but I'm always so damn busy with this virus.
Hey guys, can I ask you for a favor?
Yeah.
I gotta take a piss, so kill about 30 seconds.
30? You're in your 60s, dude. You're gonna need a solid 3 minutes to push that stream out.
I'll use this time to talk about the Josh Woods thing. You guys were talking about it before Grody came on, and I agree that it is. Hey, players do what they want to do. They're the players. They run that locker room. I'm not arguing that. The fans shouldn't have say in what it's called or what it is or anything, but just everyone's competed. Everyone has competed on a different level in sports. And as a team, you shouldn't be wanting, and I understand you're not going to push back on Josh or any player that wants to come on and be gracious enough with their time, but it's like, I'm sorry, if you're on a losing streak, you should want better for yourselves, right? That should be the sentiment being shared amongst all you guys. The leaders especially should be pushing that. Like, hey, we ain't freaking club dubbing until we reach our goal. We're off the rails, and if you're on a momentum swing, fine. But it's like when it started to get to a losing streak of 4 or 5 games, and then they did one when we were 2 games under 500. I'm sorry, that's not what they should be striving for. There's 31 other teams playing in the league that are winning games, and they don't have to club dub afterwards. Some of them are doing it because they're copying off of the Bears, but it's like, are the New England Patriots, and I know no one's going to be the Patriots ever, but are they club dubbing after wins? No, they don't need to club dub. So it's like, I don't want to be the ringleader of end club dub. I just wish they would come up with something different that, you know what I mean? And I know that we've talked about this before,
well,
but
he said they might potentially. He said they
sounds
might
like
rebrand
it's coming back, and it's
Rebrand it.
the only way it works is if they're winning. If they lose, and I don't want to put those negative thoughts in the air, but it's just
Greg. The issue with what he said, trust me, coming from coaching, there is validity in him, and blood, sweat, and tears that you work your ass for and you celebrate. The issue, though, is the one with the Chicago Bears bringing you in and using it as some sort of, vice to promote. Now, when you're winning, that looks great, but when you're lost 4 in a row, yeah, it looked awful. And I was going to bring it up with Grody, but the audio came because Grody was the one on the show that said some players were uncomfortable with it. And I was going to bring that up, but I'll just fill you in. You can go back and listen to the last time Mark was on the show. It became uncomfortable. And I think that's a problem with the media department. It should not go in the locker room. You just lost 4 in a row and you've been busting your ass. You should be able to go in there and celebrate as a team. When it becomes a me thing, yeah, motherfucker, yeah, look at us, we're winning now, and you're sending that message to your fan base, then I think that's crossed the line in what you're trying to build in your culture. Because if it was me and I'm the head coach, yeah, I want you to celebrate the win. I want you to enjoy this shit. But I also don't want to lose you to making your brand and our locker room is the shit, yo. That kind of swagger or whatever it is, I don't want that to be the big takeaway from it. It's a team thing. And if you're doing it in that way, I thought it was in bad taste in watching it. I remember being on Last Call and saying, please don't tell me they're going to be showing them doing the club dub now. I'm totally there as a coach. I was there. But the point being what Josh said. So I think, again, it goes back to your argument last week. The Chicago media department, the players having cell phones. You saw fucking Kyle Long's fucking dick in a thing, and that became a huge story. That shit's a coach. That's a coach's shit. That's a coach's issue. There should be zero tolerance for anybody in the first 20 minutes after the game. We all come in there, and this is private time for us. There's no fucking media here. Get those fucking cameras out. If they want to see me speak to my team, that's fine. But watching us celebrate and whatever culture we do privately, I think having the club dub mystery is more powerful than actually seeing it. And again, this comes from a team that did the Super Bowl shuffle months before they went to the Super Bowl. But
right, but then in 1986 the next season, did they make another Super Bowl shuffle in week 3?
No, they didn't.
So I just, and like I said, I love fun, optimistic. They rode that in 2018. That
right.
whole culture was a part of their success, and that's how all great teams are. You look at the DNA of any championship team in any sport, they're gonna have a rallying cry, so to speak. But I'm sorry, the reason it felt cringy last year is because it wasn't authentic. It had run its course, and I just feel like this team needs a new message, a new goal, And whatever, they want to do it, fine.
Well,
if they're
hopefully
winning, if they're winning, great. You know, no one's gonna say a word. Everyone's gonna have. I'll be having fun with it. But if they're losing, they come out 0-3, and then they do it week 4. You are going to be the first one going completely crazy, because if they're 0-3 to start the season, then what I'm saying as a leader of that team, if I'm on the team and I'm never gonna play football, but if I was, I'd be like, we're not club dubbing until we get to the playoffs. You know, if everyone was all talking about club dub before week 1 and then we didn't see a win for 3 weeks, you know, I'm sorry. I'd be like, we're not club dubbing after a win in week 4. Now we're 1. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's where we
You
saw
should always celebrate a win.
That's
you
where
should celebrate a win.
Yeah, you just don't have to publicize
You
it.
can't publicize. You
Does it
can't
always have
call
to
it
be
the
a-
club dub. I think victory dance, that was a culture. I would be my culture. We're going to do a victory dance. Whether it's 5 minutes of us all getting it all out, screaming, then we come in as a team and we break it down. We give the game ball, whatever it is. And that should be enough. The club dub was more of a fucking, what would we call that, Aldo? Like a commercial. We're promoting the Bears club. They were catching that fire. To your point, I agree with. Like, that was then. This is a new team. This is a new team.
I loved it.
Yeah.
But it was, I'm sorry, it was cringy last year. I didn't want to let it go. I wasn't saying before last year to let it go. I thought with everyone returning, they barely had anybody roster turnover. I thought it was perfect to try to roll it over, and I thought they were going to try to finish what they started from 2018. They didn't, and that's where that whole motto and everything went stale. And I just worry that if they're going to try to bring some of that stuff back,
Bring up Quentin Botha's comment there, because it above, he almost cut us off saying, "Hey, that's for us."
Right.
That showcases.
I'm not
to me,
arguing that.
No,
right, but the problem
is they're sharing it.
Right, the players, and then the team, the franchise is promoting it by. I mean, that was the one thing in 2018. What was everybody waiting for?
I loved the club dub.
Oh no, I get it. I get it.
In good taste. It's all about knowing the room, timing. You know, you don't put.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say to you. There, you can't say. Josh can't say here on the show, "Hey, that's for us," and then have them project it out every time in your face. But only inconvenient if we lose. They can't be. You can't do that. So culturally, you need to process this as the head coach. This is something he needs to learn. Because I'm telling you right now, that shit would not fly in my father's fucking locker room. It wouldn't fly in Sam's locker room. And if I was the head coach, it would not fucking fly. No fucking way is it club dub. We're fucking club us. You can't say be you, then club dub, fuck the fans. You don't understand. But yes, now be with us, fan. You can't. You see how many layers that is? So it's got to be about you. And if when you include the fan, that's fine. Those cameras are going to be there, and NFL Films comes in and they hear the great ones break down their team. Hey, guys, this was about us today. Number 10, you grew up today. Get up here and talk to your fucking team, and let's do this. And that's what you get. But when you're doing a choreographed celebration for the fans and not the culture,
They did it at the Bears 100 convention.
Oh, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was great. I loved it. I was right there. That's what I'm saying. But we all, and I thought Nagy took a big misstep going into last year on a lot of fronts. One being preparation, and two was not changing the message really all that much going into year 2. It was the same. It wasn't a different message. And I just think if he's going to be a guy that has, a battle cry, that he needs to keep it fresh. So I just, that's we'll see how it goes. If they win games coming out the gate, it's not gonna be a problem. Everyone's gonna love club dub. So I'm not trying to kill it. I
think Chubb gets it. Chubb gets it. When you're club dubbing at or below, right there, You're saying you accept mediocrity.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not about me trying to say end Club Dub as a fan and they're the players and I'm a fan and I shouldn't be allowed to. That's their thing. It is their thing, but they should want. I said it last year at times. They should want better for themselves, and so club dubbing to mediocrity shouldn't be the goal. They should use that as a goal to get to where they're trying to get to. Club dub when it means something.
The idea of you as a coach. If it's that important to these guys, we have a private dance. We're gonna open club dub though when we fucking get the playoffs and win the division. I like that kind of motivating. Use that as a motivating. That's
what I would have been saying after week 5 of last year.
But this is a different guy. So
you have to win 3 straight before it's even a fucking
bring
thing.
Club dub back when it's time to recognize. When you how about this, Greg and guys? Bring club dub back when you know your identity. How about that? Because you didn't find your fucking identity even in week 11. You're talking like that. You're still learning on the fucking job. All of these things that get me so frustrated as a coach, as a player. Let's urge not promotion and self-promotion. Let's urge winning and fucking celebrate that. Stop with this fucking turmoil and fucking politics in your media department, whatever the fuck's going on there. With your fucking lemon and juice, shitty graphics and all that shit. You need to fucking get this shit together. Fuck a club dub right now. Rub a dub. That's about it.
2 QBs in a tub.
There you go, Greg. We'll write a song about it. Yes.
I love the thinking here, and I also love this.
Oh, shit!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's do fucking club dub after a 2-win season, yeah.
He's the smartest man. He will deliver and always beats Amazon Prime. The guy's the mailman. He owns a jersey of no other team. This is not Pack Mike on a network. This ain't no fucking Packer fan. He's the smartest man. And this is his best tweet of the week, even though I couldn't hear a goddamn song at all in my head.
I couldn't either.
Is it
you know what? I think it's because I removed myself from the stream, and so that way you're not getting the audio. But I got to tell you, it did sound good on my end, but probably didn't sound good on anyone else.
I couldn't hear any, but the music was still playing for the
music was still playing, but I don't think the audience heard it because I removed myself from the stream. So now I'm learning as we go. System. So do you want to do it again with the music?
Oh, we're good.
No, we're good.
Shannon's like, oh, we're good, man.
It's the acapella version.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna wrap up by 11. It's 11:41 now. We're not done
yet. Well, just to prove to everyone in the world that we just don't pick on nimble-minded stupid-minded guys like Andy Carlson. We also seek out, or I should say, Shane seeks out good tweets. He's got 3 of them for us today, and we begin with this one.
Yeah, Jacob Infante, 24, sent out a tweet. It said, Bears edge Khalil Mack didn't reach double-digit sacks in 2019, but he still had a great year. 30 hurries, which is second in the league. 45 pressures, which is 8th. 5 forced fumbles, 4th. 12th highest pass rush winning rate in the NFL. And listen to what Josh Woods said, or remember what he said when you're focused on the hurries and the pressures. He's like, I saw 3 and 4 dudes hanging on this guy to stop him, and he was still creating pressure and getting hurries. And I mean, for all you stat nerds out there, there's your proof right there. You know what I mean? Just because the sack numbers overall were down, I mean, that's now he's got his Robin in Robert Quinn, the corpse of Robert Quinn, Andy Carlson, you dumbass.
The corpse.
he's got his running mate, though. Leonard Floyd was getting single teamed. Khalil Mack was getting everybody else and still creating havoc. I know, Dan, his take on it was that he wasn't making impact plays when the game was on the line or in the fourth quarter and stuff like that. But to me, I'm totally on the other side of the fence. Still totally agree with what Phil says. When you're watching the tape, you see this guy being a menace almost on every down level. And that's every single snap where he doesn't have an off switch. He really doesn't. And it's 2 first-round draft picks giving it up. I would make that trade again in a heartbeat. I would.
He's phenomenal. I went on a rant last week on it. I just can't express to the non-football fan, the fantasy football fan that's checking box scores. You don't get it. Like, this guy impacts the game. That's why I asked Josh Woods to pontificate a little bit further on Khalil Mack, and the excitement in him and his personality, his energy and everything just goes up quite a few notches, because he is a difference maker for your football team, even in the run game, guys. Even in the fucking run game, when you're trying so hard to run that outside zone and he refuses to fucking let himself be blocked, and he just makes everything go back to Akeem Hicks or the next guy to fucking finish it. It's amazing. Like I said, if I had a giant, 385 gig phone, I could have kept all that fucking cut ups that I had of him. But I'll get there, Aldo. I'll bring the fucking Khalil Mack story to a fucking end. I'll put a fucking Khalil Mack flag in tape study this summer, because I think it's got to be done. I'm working on the Tashawn Gibson, Jimmy Graham, and Fetty right now. Those are the 3 guys that I'm going to give on the Tape Never Lies.
Nice.
So I'll give you some of those free agents that Mr. Wang Chung was talking about earlier. I don't. Everybody have fun tonight.
Oh boy! I want to edit that one out.
Oh, that's the story. Everybody have fun tonight.
That's where you're going.
That's where I was. That's what the song is going to be when he comes on. Is he going to come on? Andy, that's his name.
Don't do that. All right.
I don't know. I digress.
Let me add this to what Shane is saying and Phil is saying about Khalil Mack. It is important that when you acquire a player and you give away lots of assets to acquire that player, that you supplement that player with the co-players that allow him to succeed. We saw that now. Ryan Pace admitted his mistake and said, hey, Leonard Floyd is not the guy. We're going to get Mr. Quinn in here, and he is going to now allow Khalil Mack to get the kind of sack numbers our fans are always craving and so forth, because they don't see the value of quarterback pressures or whatever, but also to just be a better defense. It's a big mistake that the Chicago Bears made with Jay Cutler. Love him or hate him, you cannot argue with the fact that Jay Cutler did not have the weapons around him until he got Brandon Marshall, who was a head case, and Alshon Jeffrey, who was a junior head case, as wide receivers, and never really had a great offensive line to allow him to play to his strengths. But I'm just glad to see that Ryan Pace corrected the Leonard Floyd mistake and brought in Robert Quinn, who is now going to allow Khalil Mack to play to his full potential with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, it's the best thing. I mean, Quinn is going to win those matchups, and that's what you got to understand.
And it's a perfect time for you to pop up the next one.
There you go.
We were pertaining to the same thing. This just extends it out, and it's from everybody's favorite at PFF. Most total pressures by an edge defender from 2015 through 2019. So this doubles down on what we're saying. This isn't just a one-time thing. I mean, Khalil Mack, number one with 395 since 2015. Von Miller, 10 behind. Cameron Jordan at 371. So this is just, you want to talk about consistency. This guy is disrupting. Even if he's not getting the sack, you can still disrupt plays. Way back in the day when Greg Blosh was the Bears' defensive coordinator, he took a lot of heat. He used to give the guys bullets, or maybe that wasn't. Maybe that was Bob Babbage, but Greg Blosh said sacks are overrated. It's all about pressures and disrupting the play. A lot of people were blasting him for that, but there's a lot of truth in that. You can disrupt a ton of plays and make opposing offense's life hell by putting pressure on a quarterback, making him flush out, making him step up into the pocket, making him throw the ball away. And he's doing that time in and time out. And Phil, you can speak to this as a coach. When you're an offensive coordinator and you're playing the Raiders back in 2015 or the Chicago Bears now, your game plan is starting and ending with who?
Stopping Khalil Mack.
Exactly. And they're throwing multiple bodies at the guy, and he's still putting up hurries, still putting up pressures.
Unbelievable.
Still putting up sack numbers. And why this guy is almost at a point where he's underappreciated by some of the fan base is shocking to me.
It's unbelievable to me too. That's why I get amped up when I see fans talking shit or making fun of the first round picks and everything like that. But to me, it's not even, I mean, those numbers back up what I see on tape. That's it. Then you have the true, course that you're flowing on. For me, you can't, have PFF stance. I'm always like, it's a tool. That's it. Those numbers are a tool to analyze what I see on tape. It means something to me to make sure that another fan base or an analyst, fanalist, anal cyst, whatever it is, can't understand how important, how impactful this player is. I mean, there's no argument from people around the league that the 2018 Bears won the NFC North because of 52. He was the cherry on top of how you did it. That doesn't lie. So last year, with any kind of competent play calling and offensive line play, I keep it 100. Even with Grody, I was like, you flip that over because the offensive line and the coach and everything like that, as you know. But in this case, Khalil Mack with a Robin, as you eloquently put, is going to do that much more damage. And offenses around the league and OCs around the league are fucking nervous now because you got two of the best on each end. And you've had that before, and dare I say it, in 85 with Dent and Hampton and that crew of football players. This on paper is a better football team defensively than it was in 2019, without a doubt in my mind.
Let me just add this about PFF is that our problem with PFF is their grading system, because they just have these nerdy guys who don't know really about football grading football players when they've never played the game. They don't really know what's going on the football field. It's just an unreliable grading system. Now, when they tabulate quarterback pressures and they're using their access to all of this tape to to provide statistics, then that is worthy of us repeating here and praising. This is totally different than their grading system. Their grading system sucks and it's unreliable, and any knowledgeable football fan will tell you that. And but when they're tabulating quarterback pressures and things like that, hey, that's cool. That's it's not worth the money they charge. I'll tell you that.
And you can't run a business like that when one of your lead dogs and like Sam Monson is taking tweets from fans that are fired up. He's taking them personal, and then they start putting out content that is taking clear shots just to fire up a fan base. I mean, there's people that have made a lot of money doing that. PFF is one of them. But if you want to be legitimate at what you do, I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. You show me somebody that can sit down and say that Khalil Mack is overrated, not doing his part. I'll show you somebody that just doesn't know football and is lazy and only looks at sack production. That's it.
Okay. We've got one more good tool of the week, and it is this one.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, Hollywood Beetlejuice. And this just kind of speaks to everything that we're talking about. Josh Allen over 16 games, 59% passing, 89 yards, 20 touchdowns, 9 picks. Mitch over 15, 63%, 38 in yards, 17 and 10. And this is the part that always gets me with fan bases and with national pundits, is if you polled them right now and said, who's a better quarterback? Every one of them, I would say probably 95 out of 100 would say that Josh Allen is the better quarterback than Mitch Trubisky right now. And, if you want to talk about stats, the stats are very, very similar. They would come out, those same people that you polled, and say that Mitch can't play. Most of them would say that. That's the part that I have a problem with, is you can't put somebody like Josh Allen on a pedestal and say what he's doing is fantastic when Mitch has similar numbers under different circumstances, obviously, and just say that the kid can't play. There's so many people out there that say that, and Mitch there's still people, who was it? Was it Ryan Clark, I think, or somebody? No, who was it wasn't Ryan Clark. He was the safety. Rodney Harrison said that if Mitch Trubisky doesn't win the starting job in Chicago this year, that he will never start another football game in the NFL. How do you say that? Come on.
Can't.
He had a pretty bad year, Shane.
Yeah.
He honestly apparently had the worst year in NFL history.
Yes.
I know.
And they finished 8-8, so I'm feeling really good about this year. I don't care who they got playing quarterback.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it just shows you how narratives are a real thing. Yeah, narratives are a real thing with PFF. They're a real thing with
bias.
Yeah, they're a real thing with the national media. And I think that there's probably a large contingency of media out there that if you said, I'm not going to show you any stats, who had a better statistical season last year, Mitch Trubisky or Josh Allen, I think everybody would say far and away Josh Allen did. And it's just not the truth. Their teams, Buffalo's team had more success, yes. But, if you watch that playoff game versus Houston for Buffalo, you're going to bring a lot of things into question about Josh Allen's ability also.
It was Ryan Clark, I think, who said
I
that.
love this team.
Imagine Josh trying to play under the Chicago microscope as opposed to the Buffalo one. but
Yep.
it's also about timing. If Josh does this a couple more years in Buffalo, I'm sure even the Buffalo fan base will be hard on him. It was just about Mitch not taking the next step. It's like, that's just how it goes with fan bases. They're finicky. What have you done for me lately? And honestly, there's nothing wrong with holding players accountable in that way. That's how you get that's how you get better.
What have you done for me?
Shane, excellent job with your tweets. We move.
Look at
Whoa!
You like that?
New graphic.
Pretty dope.
That tripped me out.
Now we move.
Now I can hear music.
Shout-outs. And we always begin with Shane because Shane is brief with his shout-outs. He
Bears Bar Room, 100 proof.
He epitomized what we do here at the bar room. We are short and concise. Not.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Andy.
Hey, Andy.
I'm gonna shout out our first guest, Josh Woods. I had mentioned him to you guys there a couple of weeks ago that I had his contact info, so I reached out to him again because he did such a great job the first time that he was on with us, and I knew a lot of the Barflies would appreciate him coming back because he's so honest. He's witty, he's fun to listen to. He's a perfect guest for what we do here.
Traits guy. He's not the super high upside guy.
Thanks, Phil.
So he no, I appreciate it. I reached out to Josh, and he's under new management, and his new agent Allie Reddig chatted with her a little bit behind the scenes, and she was really excited about him coming on. Appreciates all of the Barflies, showing Josh support and being excited, and she reached out to me again after his appearance and thanked me again. So, I thought that whole segment was great. You listen to Josh talk, and he gets me more fired up for the season, and giving us really the vibe of this locker room. Just listening to him talk about Danny Trevathan, that got my juices going. Just the respect that guy commands. So just shout out to Josh.
And come over and put a bullet in his head.
That's the worst spot for that. It's not even a good spot for that.
You're totally right.
He's criticizing all those drops.
I put all these drops into the music, and I said to myself, you know what? This is probably going to time out really terribly. Let's give it a try. So
We're rolling with it. The mystery drop.
I won't do it again next week, but
So I'll shout out Toby Hill in the chat room is saying shame on me for giving credence to anything Rodney Harrison said. Did I give him credence, or did I say that it was fucking moronic?
You put a spotlight on what he said, but you didn't give him credence.
Jeez.
All right, Shane, thank you very much for shouting out Josh Woods, because I totally agree with you. He's a very, very special guest on 100 Proof. His candidness and so forth. And
let's just be honest here.
Let's be honest. It's not.
Nope.
And so also thank you for shouting out Allie, his player or his manager's. I guess it's his manager, right, or agent, whatever.
His agent, yeah. He's under new. What do you want to call it? Representation, yeah. So they're handling all of his business.
Right.
And we're going to get him. He reached out to me here after his appearance, and we are going to get him some barroom swag. So I gotta get a hold of the swag man, Alex Acevedo. Happy birthday to his daughter, turning 2 today.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. The swag man. There you go.
But we'll get some swag to Josh, and he's the type of guy. He'll wear it and he'll promote it.
He will indeed. He's a great guy. All right, Draft Dr. Phil, give us your list of shout outs. But before you do, I want you to listen to this right here.
I know I haven't gotten it up yet.
Okay, now go ahead.
Apparently, I have tonight. I got to start out my shout out with Alex Acevedo speaking right there. There's the link. Head over there and go grab yourself some swag. I'm working on an original swag song. So if you want to be in the video of that song, get yourself some swag. Send Alex or myself a picture of you wearing the swag. I've gotten so many already, but the original swag song is working out. And when your wife likes the song, she's like Last Call. She's like Bear Up, Bear Down. She's like the original Bears 100 Proof. She likes Shy Fans. Yes, Greg, Shy Fans in the Stand song. So everyone she's really liked has become a barroom hit.
Those are game dictators. They're game changers.
Exactly. Finally, Shane's complimenting my music. Look at that. Perfectly timed out.
Whether he knows it or not.
So this one is going in that. So if you want to be in it, there's another way. And speaking of swag, I want to shout out Bubba, the Stars Boys. Yes. Zach, Jake, and Bubba. I don't know if you saw it on the swag shop. The three of them rocking the Bears barroom swag gear, supporting what we do here. I've gotten so many people that have reached out and really expressed their appreciation all the way across the pond. My boy Paul Rogers across the pond, he's starting a Bears barroom. I'm sorry, Barrelissimo, you're ahead of times too, but our boy Paul is starting his own UK Bears group, and he's going to be the promoter of Bears Barroom. He promises. He's already told me he continues to do that over there, and I shout him out. He even ordered something and had it shipped across the pond and said Alex Acevedo, the swag man, had done a tremendous job. So Clarence Singleton, he bought some Tape Never Lies swag. Miguel Rodriguez, Nicholas Cruz, Chris Bowditch across the pond sent me such a amazing letter about what we do here. Alexander Fackless, Andrew Tarble, just a tremendous rock in the swag out there. Everybody, a Cali Bears, Zach Sullivan, Shy Bears Plus is in the chat. Appreciate you. Chris Gonzalez, Ralph Tribby, Aldo sent me a picture of him rocking some Bears barroom gear. Tino Martinez has his son.
He doesn't know his ass from his elbow.
Well, Tino does. Tino rocking that swag even with his son. My boy Vito, Fiello, Emridge Jones, Mark Bronham, Zach Bradley, who Shane shouted out, Mitchell Joseph Galloway, Zane Christensen, Kostov from Greece, who's playing the 100 proof. I wanted to shout him out. I so appreciate all these people reaching out. Paulie Coasters on Instagram. There's some other people on Instagram. Aaron AC, Heidi, Coach Chris, Sabs the Machine, my boy Jablonski, Eugene Finks, Teresa Brockett, all of you supporting the Bears Barroom.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit going on.
Bringing it to another level. My man Joe Hill, Josh E. And real quick, I want to say this. I want to just say I did not mean anything by that comment. I was thinking of a song. I just want to apologize to
Thank you for doing that, Phil, because you know how people take things out of context, so just immediately run to the race card and stuff. And so nobody prompted you to say that, and you brought it up yourself, and it's just anybody that took offense to that, as Phil was just about to say, it was not intentional.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a guy of nicknames. I thought of the song in my head of his stupidity. It was nothing in regards to that, but I want to take ownership on a transparent show. That I apologize if it was taken in that context, but
absolutely
trust me.
And Andy is from.
Oh, I'm a huge motherfucking barfly.
Thank you.
Rated that damn.
Andy, from all appearances when I've interacted with him on Twitter, seems to be a good guy, and I think he was doing more shtick there and just lambasting the Chicago Bears because that's his audience, anti-Bears fans. But we would love to have him on the show so that we can prove to him how stupid he really is.
Exactly.
All right, let me see if I can wake up Greg Braggs, bring him on.
The Chatterbaiter.
The Chatterbaiter.
In parts known as Barry Sanders fan.
Now, nobody appreciates the fact that Greg is on 100 Proof more than Draft Dr. Phil does. You know why? Because prior to your arrival here, it was Draft Dr. Phil that got the majority of the jokes at his expense. Now
That's
it
true.
is your
It's
turn.
all turned towards me.
I guess. Okay. Go ahead and do your job, brother.
Phil's always telling me to hype. I need hype. I had hype out of my ass.
You gotta do it. Oh my God. Real quick, I gotta shout him out.
Yes.
He had his daughter choke
on
a hot dog. He's texting me and Shane. I'm sitting there worried about Tooch, our brother Tooch, dealing with the COVID virus.
Just making that super shape.
It's like you're a miracle, a Christmas drop miracle. That was his wife there. And, sorry, Greg.
I thought you were going to say it was Andy Carlson.
It might have. I don't know. But the reality is, Tooch, all barflies, keep Tooch and everything in your prayers. I love you, Greg.
Yes. I love you, Phil.
Oh, look, he's taking the advice of Bears Truth is 9, his PR commentator. And
Bear Truth 9 is my guy. He is officially my PR guy. I did not heed
this rock
advice.
Rowdy Roadhouse Bar.
Shut the fuck up. No, I did not heed Bear Truth 9's advice tonight. That's okay. Sometimes, if you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing. So I had to stand up to these bullies. They think they're so much better on their fan pedestal, but that's okay. Maybe next week I'll bring out all my Bears jerseys I have. Maybe. But you can kiss my ass either way. You know who was my first ever Bears jersey was Jeff Graham. And then Curtis Conway. And then Marcus Robinson. Yeah, that's right.
What was Jeff Graham's number? Just to quickly test you to see if you're telling the truth.
Oh my God, I don't remember. The reason
who doesn't know their first jersey?
His
the
first
reason I
fucking
had
jersey.
it is the reason we had it was because my mom's last name is Graham.
Do you know what number he was? Take a guess.
It's been a while.
Fucking dude.
82?
81.
Greg.
Okay, it's been
man, oh man, Greg. There you go, Joe.
No, the first one I got for me was the Conway, which was an 80, and you can kiss my ass from USC.
Yes, Jeff Graham.
What year did the Bears draft Curtis Conway?
1995.
Wrong.
No.
You should have no comment.
Stick with no
your PR man.
What is he saying? Is he telling me no comment? I was young. Jesus Christ, I've never seen 3 guys spank a 9-year-old 30 years later like
when
you
he
3
tells
have tonight.
Shane's son he's gonna beat his little ass.
My son's 9. He's not asking for a freaking Barry Sanders jersey.
Listen, I will.
He knows better.
Listen, I will dunk on your kid with my Barry Sanders jersey on.
Have at it. I think he'll post your ass up.
I will put the Barry Sanders jersey on, and I will Heisman stiff arm him right into the dirt.
We're all a bunch of haters.
Amen to that, brother. Don't underrate him.
So
He'll be taking your mom out to brunch too.
No, he will not.
Shout-outs, your PR says.
To the shout-outs in the chat room, because if you think I get shit from you guys, I get a lot more from the people in the chat, and those are my people. So I am your leader.
Sherlock.
So I appreciate everyone in the chat. Good or bad comments, I always appreciate it. We had well over 100 people, as per usual, on Bears 100 Proof for more than a, 5-hour show now? So, but the first comment of the day was from Bearlissimo 6 hours before the show actually occurred, because he's always in the future, and he made sure to tweet about it and let everybody know. And I was actually pretty proud of him. He got in very early, so good for you, Bearlissimo. You get number 1 in the chat today, 6 hours early. It has to be a record. Number 2 comment, Heidi, our good old friend Heidi from Acapulco. She said, Greg is officially Mr. Caveman.
This is the realest show ever. I will support this. I will be a barfly forever.
There's
I love it.
Boy, Miguel.
So then the next comment, Ryan Schlanzer. I always butcher that. Ryan Schlanzer says Tupac over Biggie all day. Shout out to you, Ryan. You get on the list for that one.
Oh my God.
What?
That's such bias shout out there.
Okay, well, I
Go
don't
ahead.
care.
Go ahead.
This is my
Continue.
shout-outs, yeah.
There you go.
Lyle Massimore, or Kyle Massimore, I don't know, my handwriting's chicken scratch, said, Josh is killing this interview without even saying a word. That was when he was muted, and that was very true. Hugh Heaven said, I'm a Josh Woods fan for life after that interview, so we appreciate that,
Nice.
Hugh Heavens. Josh Woods is a fun guest to have. Hope we can have him on again soon. GSH Jeff said, bring in Phil for the third string quarterback spot. So, he's open to...
Oh my God, I'd rather have Tyler Bray.
Yeah,
No, you honestly wouldn't.
for comedic relief, we could have Phil. But although you did see Phil, put that biscuit in the basket, the basketball hoop from about 50 yards out. So, I don't know if I've seen Tyler Bray make such a throw at camp. So, Quentin Batha, he had some.
That's my boy from South Africa.
Yeah, he had some highlighted comments of the night tonight. He said, imagine Phil with that offensive line. he probably wouldn't treat him very nicely. That wouldn't be very leaderly of you, Phil. So, Shy Bears Plus said, Greg, are you making popcorn? That was when all the cracking was going on. Everyone was certain it was Greg's internet speed. Then he wasn't sure if he was asking. Then Shy Bears Plus also asked, Greg, are you applying lubrication? So that was some of the thoughts going out there. And then GSH Jeff hit it on the mark. He thought for sure it was my water bong. You never know what's going on over here in my garage. Hugh Heavens said, Greg looks like Bradley Cooper's stunt double.
Fuck.
Hey, this is the best comment of the night, in my opinion, Aldo.
Heidi.
So fuck your goddamn drops.
The drops
Shut up, Phil.
Are just coincidentally timed now.
Shane probably already went to bed. Listen to this one. This is the best one of the night. Hugh Heavens. Greg looks like Bradley Cooper's stunt double in American Sniper. Now, I've had some comps in my life. I've heard Jay Cutler. I've heard Fat Tim Tebow. I've heard Jonah Hill when I was really starting to get fat, real fat. But then Jonah got skinny too, so there's hope for everybody. But this is a first to be compared to Bradley Cooper in American Sniper. So I'm going to take it because Bradley Cooper is a good-looking guy, I must admit.
Oh, God. Now, Aldo, you and I are working with Bradley Cooper and
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds now. Jesus Christ.
You guys should be honored. Hey, you can't. I'm sorry. Good looks is a hell of a thing, Shy Bears Plus said, San Diego, a whale's vagina. That's right.
Plays don't matter.
Damn fucking drops. Between your drops and your switching of the camera screens, I am fucking dizzy by the time these shows are over. I fall over and pass out as soon as the camera ends. Chubbs82 said, it'll be... In regards to the whole jersey controversy, which is extended now into 2 weeks of arguing, Chubbs82 said, it'll be okay, Greg. I'm not sure I have the energy for you. Fat Mike took it all out of me. That is a relief because I have seen Chubbs82 go at a person or two on Twitter, and I want no part of it. So, Dan Kelly said, Braggs, I agree with you no matter how dumb everyone thinks we are. Dan, you're not dumb. It's okay to have your own opinion, and that's what's nice about Bears 100 Proof and Bears Barroom. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion, and if Greg thinks there's one way of being a fan, and
Bears Barroom, 100 proof.
that's right, we keep it 100. And if I, want to have my line as a fan, and Shane and Phil want to be wrong, they're totally entitled to that. So the final two comments of the night come from Shy Bears Plus, and I gotta say, Shy Bears Plus made it on the list quite a few times, and appreciate you showing up and hanging out with us tonight. We see him time and again here, and a great supporter of Bears 100 Proof. And a couple of the comments he had to finish it up were, he said, I saw Greg playing pocket pool with a Herman Moore jersey on at Hammond High School. Disgraceful, which is a high school in my area. So he must have seen me for sure, but I don't remember having a Herman Moore jersey.
You know what high school I graduated from, Greg?
What's that?
Hammond High School.
He's not the trait
Really?
guy.
Yeah.
He's not the super high upside guy.
And then he also wanted to add in, Brags be like, bring back Club Dub, go Lions. So, that's how my night finishes. I know everyone thinks I'm, gutless for, asking for a Barry Sanders jersey when I was a kid. But, I'm going to stand for my truth. I'm not going to just let Pac Mike get buried in the sand. Other people in the chat, I know you're lying. You've had jerseys of other teams. You all can kiss my ass. I was trying to find it earlier. I couldn't find it. I think I put it away into storage. So there you go. It's not even out anymore. It's not even in my closet. So I don't care. Shout out to my wife. She's upstairs putting together our beautiful daughter Addison's birthday present. She's turning 2 on Sunday, and I'm very excited for that. So we're going to have some fun. She's getting a motorized vehicle and a little kitchen set.
Now she can chase the geese.
Well, you want to hear a 100 proof story?
You want me to come over and put a bullet in his head?
The timing of that drop, I don't know if there's a good spot ever for that drop. Now, Jenny was changing Addison the other day, and she was standing up to put her pants on, and Addison went, damn it, damn it, damn it, against the wall, slapped the wall real hard and said, damn it 3 times. And she goes, you do not say that, Addison. Who taught you that? And she said, Daddy. And I was like,
oh.
I did not. I did not teach her this. I swear, but
the truth is coming.
Oh man, it's hard. I don't know. I might have stubbed my toe and said it. She picks up things so quickly. Like I got to just keep my mouth shut. You know how hard that is for me. So shout out to everybody in the chat. And of course, appreciate everyone hanging out all night in the chat and staying interactive with us. That's what makes this show so much fun. Kind of the motor, the driving force behind Bears 100 Proof. So we appreciate everybody as always, and we'll see you next week.
Hey, while we were doing shout outs, I got a message from Alex Acevedo. I think this was at the time where Shane was wishing happy birthday to his daughter. Let's see what he sent us here. Can you guys see this screen?
Yep.
Yes.
There you go. Let's see what we got in here. Let me put the audio on. That might help. There it is.
Bears Barroom.
Nicely done.
Could have had her in some Bears Barroom swag at least when she did that, but Jesus, Acevedo.
How about our boy Grant Sims? He had his.
You're wearing a fucking
He had his
Syracuse
daughter.
sweater.
That's right. You did. I should have had that.
He had his daughter in a Bears Barroom onesie.
Yeah.
Had to shout him out. And Adrian Hernandez also.
Mm-hmm.
I do again want to shout out everybody that called the show yesterday. Chris Gonzalez, Tino Martinez.
Chris Gonzalez called twice.
Yeah, he did. We missed him so much we called him twice. Tino Martinez, Zach Sullivan,
Bobby Bombs.
Barfly.
We gotta get Gonzalez some 5-hour energy though when he talks. Right?
He's low key. A little more low key than I was expecting because he's got some fierceness in his texts,
Chris, you're on 100 proof. Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm really totally jacked up about this.
Yeah, he is. He's very soft spoken. I wasn't expecting that because he's always busting my balls in the DMs. Being that Western Illinois grad. So I learned a lot about one Chris Gonzalez. I'm taking all my notes, getting everything down. And Grant Sims, he did a little chatter baiting at the end of the night. How about that?
Nice, huh?
Yeah, he was good. Grant.
Yeah, so he probably doesn't have any jerseys of division rivals. Maybe I got to watch my back.
Probably
All
should.
right. I will conclude the show by letting people know that our credit sequence is coming up. Please applaud the names you see. You don't have to applaud my name, but everybody else, they work really hard on the show, and we really appreciate their hard work. And I appreciate everybody's hard work here at Bears Barroom. Shy fans in the stands, and I have a stream. Every show that we have here on the Barroom is because people are working really hard at bringing you some entertainment. So with that, I will conclude by saying, if you drink, please don't drive, and always bear down.
We see you running your mouth on Twitter again, and we're like, fuck you. We see you ruining your raps on our microphone, and we're like, fuck you and your orange bands too. Your takes on Twitter, they make me quiver. Ain't that some shit?
It's ridiculous, the hate on Glennon.
When you fuck with the best, so now it's fuck you.
Fuck you.
Yeah, scrub, I'm sorry. Your ball pass so gnarly.
It's ridiculous.
Don't mean you should bully dudes. You betray a victim, then you threaten to hit them.
It's ridiculous.
Pardon barflies if they think you're a goon, a Looney Tune. I'm bidding a fool that falls for fraudy tools. Oh shit, your Twitter troll ain't clever. Just thought you would know better. Whoa, whoa, I got news for you fools. Yeah, go on and tell you.
Look at the blue check mark.
We see you running your mouth on Twitter again, and we're like,
Fuck you, dude.
We see you
Rebs for Jesus.
on our microphone, and we're like, fuck you and sausage too. Your takes on Twitter, they make us quiver. Ain't that some cheese? You mean your best when you fuck with the best, and we're like,
When I was smoking fucking reefer.
hey, mouth breather, Mr. Tweet the leader. Drunk tweeting is the normal tune.
For Jesus.
You're a sad little boy hiding all your joy, flip flopping like South Beach in June.
It's ridiculous.
I'm good at a fool that falls for fraudy tools on Twitter. They should know better. Your troll ain't clever. Whoa, 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 you're jealous of our show. Hey, I know you got
The hate on Glennon.
running your mouth on Twitter again, and we're like, fuck you.
Bears 100 proof.
You ruin your ass on a microphone, and we're like, fuck you and the orange.
Look at his orange pants blogger.
On Twitter, they make us quiver. Ain't that some cheese? You made your best when you fuck with the best, so now it's fuck you.
It's ridiculous.
We are done, guys. A little post-show chat before we let everybody go, because there are people in the chat room that don't want us to go away. And Shane is saying, fuck you all.
Sorry, fuckers. Cue up Phil's song again.
That was great. That was great editing.
Favorite songs, man.
It was. That is a good one.
Greg gets a little nervous listening to it.
Really?
Why?
I don't know. I thought maybe sunshine was cloudy.
Want to take the other side of the fence here, guys, like I always do. You know, there's a lot of curse words in that. There really is.
I like to keep it
You
level.
don't find curse words on the Brawl Network, now do you, Phil? I know when I listen to their shows.
If there isn't a balance, then the world wouldn't be right. There has to be a balance. Can't be a full tilt one way or the other.
Jesus, Chubbs. Always with the negative comment.
I gotta say, I really like the song. Whoever's singing really butchered it. Sorry, Chubbs. I know a lot of people that think the opposite of that.
So you really do have a good singing voice.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I don't define myself in that talent, but I have fun doing it.
That's
I like doing the parodies. You know, they knock them out in a day or two, unless I really need to. I get try to scratch the surface of perfection in my head. But when it comes to like original stuff, I'll take like a week or two. Like the swag song, that is going to be tough. So people, that's going to stay in your head, the hook. And then the lyrics are going to be about the shows and everything like that. So I got to take some time and make sure the drops of shows and the beats are creative and the hook is right. And then you go from there.
He's
But
trying to make me say a line.
I was trying to get Greg to rap a line, and then he refused, Aldo.
Oh, come on, Greg. Hey, let me ask you this, Phil.
Yeah.
You've heard Shane sing, you've heard Greg sing, and you've heard me sing. Honestly, rank us.
If I was going to rank you, well, tonight I got to keep it 100. I was fucking shocked at Shane's notes tonight.
You gave me the worst fucking Christmas song ever.
When you sang
to
the
do.
Shy Fans song tonight, I was he's hitting the note.
I can do that. Dude, you gave me the worst.
In the stand. You were like,
no, I said,
you were like, what did you
our
say?
show is a sham. You gave me the fucking We Three Kings song.
Aldo picked that song.
Jesus
I had nothing.
Christ.
And then we did it together.
And it was so bad. I'm like, you know what? It's so bad. I'm gonna send it. When I did that, I can sing.
First of all, if I was to rank him without your note tonight, I would have put Aldo number 1 at the top. Then I would have put
Holy shit.
Then I would have put Greg Braggs at number 2.
Yeah.
And then Shane. But then tonight there was this like luster, this sparkle.
Fuck everybody.
I really need to get you your own song and see if you could do it.
Oh, I would rip it apart. We're
gonna work on your song.
What kind of music do you listen to, Shane? That you sing?
I listen to everything except country. I listen to I have classical music I fucking listen to. Like calms me down, chills me out. I listen to everything. I'm like a big soundtrack guy too. I love like soundtracks, shit like that. But Phil, we have Dan back. We still got to get that going.
He's got to do his rap.
He's going to do his rap.
That brings him back.
I told him, he said that he would feel better if I rapped with him.
Yes.
And a portion of it. And I told him, I said, Dan, I'm going to fucking bring it, bro. I'm going to rip that shit apart. It's going to be fucking dope. And he's like,
do you want to do an original song or do you want to do a parody rap song with Dan? Let's get that out of the way.
Well, we're not going to debut it until we're on Patreon. So that's going to be a big fucking calling right there. I can already tell.
But do you want it parody or original? Then you could debut whatever. I just need
I'm only going to be a small portion of it. I'm just going to be Dan's going to be the fucking lead dog on it because that's going to be the best part, but I'm going to have a dope part in it where I'll rip shit apart.
I can only imagine trying to teach Dan to stay on the timing of the rhythm.
It's going to be very duplicitous, I can tell.
Duplicitous. Like, could he do first the smartest man, no tweets, he's never missing, impossible the mission, calling out frauds with precision? Could he do that?
If we have 4 hours, I think he might get through half that.
Remember when I sent him those lyrics and I think it was with Aldo and you, and he did it like he was the dude from Star Trek. What's his name?
George Takei.
No, to Captain Kirk. What's his name?
Captain Kirk.
Spock.
No, Captain Kirk. What's his real name?
William Shatner.
Oh,
William Shatner. He was like, yo, first, the smartest man. No tweets, he's never missing. Impossible the mission. Calling out frauds with precision. That's Dan. I'm going to have to teach him how to be on. That was tough with Greg. So Greg couldn't go into the rhythm, and then he finally got it, but I had to. Anyway, it's fun. I love music and shit like that and playing around with it. But, you know.
Why don't you have him sing about how he rooted for the Lions in the playoffs?
Well, come up with a parody song for that.
Yeah, that's what
I was thinking the Beastie Boys for Shane and Dan. That would be fun. Because you could do maybe a little trade-off with you.
I ain't ever rooted for the Lions in the playoffs.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm just glad that with my pipes I showed tonight that I'm moving back up the list.
Yes, he's moving up. We should have a sing-off. I did mention to JC Rudder, this is unrelated, because I think the three of you should have a sing-off. I'll create each one of you a song in the summer that we're going to do. And then each one of you will separately do it. And then the Barflies could judge.
Oh, I'm going to win that.
So everybody's on the same song, almost like American Idol. It'll be.
Well, if it's American Idol competition, don't we have to invite Joe back?
Put Mandel in the.
Joe's got to sing his song that he sang on American Idol.
What was the song? Oh my God!
Wasn't it an Elvis song or some shit?
Yeah. You got to win this race. Fucking Joe Mandel.
He got a new dog, a Great Dane.
Oh, really?
Looking, real cool looking dog.
Nice.
Like spotted
Those Great Danes don't live very long.
Yeah. They're lap dogs too. Like love to
This
be,
one don't look
huge.
like a Great Dane that I'm used to like looking at. It's like got spots on it. It's pretty cool looking.
I like
boys.
BBR Idol.
What's the name of the dog?
Yeah, boy.
Here,
boy.
Yeah, give me here, boy. Yeah, boy. Name him boy. Here, boy.
He named him boy. He would
would be
move
the
up
best.
a bunch of notches in my book if he named him boy. Yeah. Oh yeah, boy. Oh, boys. So we're gonna do that, but we're also gonna bring on Barflies if you can do the 100 proof intro. So Aldo will put the music on.
We have to. I think
they have to.
I'm
rap
nominating Gonzalez. Gonzalez, I want to hear that dude sing.
Oh my
He
God.
said that the only reason he wasn't more upbeat was because he wasn't on 100 proof. And
He had
Yeah,
hype
that's what he
coming
told
out of his ass.
I had a private conversation with him. I'm like, well, what's your end game? What do you want to do? He goes, well, I want to be on a show with you with Phil.
Christopher Gonzalez. He's ready. Well,
now you
we'll have to
got
bring him on.
feedback. Now you've got feedback. So how does that feel, Phil? You look stupid to end the show.
Well, we were hoping to do a 3-hour show tonight, and it is 4 hours and 35 minutes and 30 seconds and counting. We failed you yet again.
Mark from Dubai. We're sorry.
The wrapping note should be that I'm a real Bears fan. I'm actually in a Bears bar room. Phil's in a Bears basement. Fucking Shane's in a Bears office room. Aldo's in a Bears bar room. But fuck you. I'm a Bears fan.
It's not even an actual jersey back there, by the way. When the fuck did the Bears ever have a big, thick blue stripe on their arm?
Never.
Exactly.
If you were a Chicagoan, see, look at Shane.
And what size is that? Is that like baby Gap size?
If you were a Chicagoan, you would know that this is.
Stand up next to that baby Gap fucking Dickens jersey you got. Stand up next to it. Dude, that's like not even a fucking medium.
Holy.
No, on the other side. I mean,
Stand in front of it.
Stand behind the chair. He can't hear us.
Can you stand behind the
It's about right. And the jersey is.
That's like a fucking Bears thing that you buy at like Kmart. It's not.
Holy
it's got
fuck.
the
Someone just texted me. I swear to you. Hold on. Is that a Kmart jersey that he bought? It's like a what do you call those?
Same size as the Barry Sanders jersey.
It is actually a jersey that supports the Gridiron Greats. Thank you very much. And you can get them at his restaurant, but they actually just closed.
I can't believe they closed
the Ditka restaurant, which is
just
like
the one in
a
just the one in downtown Chicago, though, right?
Right. They have
Just
one.
that one?
Well, there's one in the airport.
Dude,
and
everybody goes there.
Right. And then
How does
I'm
it
pretty sure
close?
it's closed completely, Shane. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's anywhere now, which is a big deal.
I thought they said it was just the one in downtown Chicago, and the one in Pittsburgh was still open, and
right.
there's
And
another one in Illinois someplace.
I didn't realize there was one in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Holy
There's 2 more in the Chicago suburbs that are open. The one in downtown Chicago is closed, and the one in Pittsburgh is still open.
You'd think somebody that grew up in Chicago would know that, Greg.
In Pittsburgh, I ain't worried about Pittsburgh. Now, listen, it's a jersey for the Gridiron Greats, which is
Thank God
a
we were there.
retirement assistant fund, for retired NFL players. So, kiss my ass once again.
There he is.
There he is.
Larison.
There's
Look
one in
who's there.
Oak Brook.
There's
Greg,
one in
you dumbass.
Oak Brook. You're supposed to be from Chicago. There's another one in Oak.
Back in the day, I used to see old Jimmy Larison jogging past my house on Robinson Road.
I
Jimmy.
don't go to Oak Brook. Where the fuck is Oak Brook? Where the rich people live?
Oh,
I don't fucking go. I go to Chicago. I don't go to Oak Brook where all the rich people are jogging around and no one has coronavirus. Okay.
The region.
Motherfuckers were social distancing before it was a thing.
Greg made a Mo Beer region joke. The reality is, how are you in Indiana but you're in Chicago? Like,
oh my god, we've been over this
just
a million
don't
times.
get
and
it.
Shane
How
has
you
to
can-
get to bed, Phil. It's
I
too
guess-
much for your little brain to understand. I am closer to Chicago than most people that rep Chicago are from Chicago. I'm 30 minutes from Chicago. The tailgate I go to, it takes like 27 minutes if I'm driving fast to get there. I'm from Chicago. It's fucking getting to the tailgate line is actually closer to where my mom's house is. So I'm not. That's
I know
how
where that is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I walked right into that
Sherry's
one. Didn't
coming
I,
in.
Aldo? Fuck.
Sherry, Lady Bear, Oak Brook is more of the Chicagoland area than
She's
the
wrong.
region.
I don't care what Lady Bear says.
Oh, you should care about your fans, Greg. You should care. Care about the truth.
Larison don't know nothing about the region.
Crown Point, Indiana is a suburb of Gary, Indiana, according to a source.
Gary and Crown Point are a part of the region.
Greg, in India, it's like saying Connecticut is New York. You can't do that. So
I can do whatever I want. I call the shots.
All right.
I'm the captain now.
You've lived a lie your whole life with the Jersey, now the fucking land that you come from. The land of Lincoln.
Well, you guys have a good night. And
Yep.
And sleep tight. And no.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Yeah, that's right. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Don't let Pac Mike bite.
Put it back on Pac Mike.
Yeah. Push it all onto Pac Mike.
Thank God for you.
Good luck
Greg.
on your sham show next week.
Good night, Stain.
Stain.
You should have played Mike's little promo video that I made for him, the Me So Horny one.
Indiana doesn't.
We could end
claim.
it. We could end it with that.
Where can I find that? Where is that?
Do you want me to slack it to you real quick?
Slack it to me.
Slack
Shane's
it.
like, I'm tired, but not so tired that we can't send this Fat Mike video along before we go to bed.
One more Fat Mike joke is not going to hurt anybody, Gregory.
Never.
He actually texted us. So when am I getting on this show? Nobody responded to him.
He didn't text me that. Oh,
He's not from Crown Point.
guess I got left off that one, Mike.
Where's Fat Mike from? Where is he?
He's
He lives in Orland.
Is he in the
or around Orland.
Is that in the Chicagoland area?
No, hey, why even tell? There's no point in even telling you. You don't
Is it in the Chicagoland area?
Yes.
Is a question. If
Yes.
it comes with a yes, then I'm going to
Yes.
believe
it's
you.
on the Illinois side of the state
Okay.
line.
There
It's
you
about
go.
that's also about 20 minutes from me. It's probably where he lives is probably further from Soldier Field than me, but people would allow them to say they're Chicagoland. So
We don't give a fuck.
Heidi
Do we
would
have
never
it?
say Heidi would
All
never
right,
say
yeah,
it.
it's sent Aldo. It's in the Aldo Phil Slack without Greg.
And Fat Mike, Aldo, Phil, Shane, and Fat Mike Slack.
The Fat Mike Slack.
Can you put it up as video
We're
though?
all best friends.
Because there is video. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Hold on a second.
Yo, word to Mama Hallis, y'all.
And that is why I'm not rapping for Phil anymore. Because then he takes those things, and then I never.
That is a great drop. Imagine if they won and Nagy came in and was like,
Yo, word to Mama Hallis, y'all.
that shit would be great. Here it is.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything. Oh,
Don't do that, baby.
oh, suck it to me. Oh, so horny. Oh, so horny. Oh, so horny. Long time.
A Bears ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, even if the Bears win or lose. A Bears ballroom, they're the ones that fight for truth. Every week on 100 proof, no matter if the Bears win or lose.
There it is.
Way to end the show. Good night, everybody. We love you. Thanks for sticking around. Boy, we still have more people asking for more show. No, we've given you 5 hours of show. That's enough. Good night. Now go away. Bye. Bye.